I was muted. Welcome everyone for our Wednesday live stream. Good to see every single one of you here. I am here with you all. Jonatan is there. There he is.
I am here, but I'm having some issues with the camera, so I'm gonna try to figure that out throughout the live stream here. How are you, Anastasiia?
Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, good.
Not nice to meet you. Sounds like we were met the first time. Nice to see you again. That's what I'm trying to say.
Nice to see you. It's been a while. How was the vacation?
Well, vacation was all good. I brought the camera that I'm using to stream on vacation, and now I'm installing it again, and apparently it's not working. I think I have to do a restart, so I'm just going to do I'm going to restart the PC. I also installed the graphic cards, and nothing seems to be working here. So I'm just going to I'll just do a quick restart, and I'll be back in a bit.
Yeah, of course. Take your time. Okay, guys, how are you all doing in the chat? Welcome to our live stream. Let me know, where are you following today's live stream from? Which country, which city, and how are you all doing? Joy is here. Welcome. Deal Company, good morning. Sakina is here as well. Hey, Daniel, good to see you. Sorry for that. Good to see you. Nora is here. Welcome. I saw your competition for the new YouTube feature. YouTube apparently made a new feature on crowning the most active commenters. So if you comment very actively throughout our live stream and you stay active and responsive and interactive, the YouTube is going to give you a crown. And if I'm not mistaken, we have 2 or 3 top places. So make sure that you're here with us, because you do have small competition in the YouTube comments now. So, and I saw Nora is winning it so far. Philippines, Universe from Philippines, fantastic. Welcome. Lone Wolf, good morning. Have a great day ahead as well. Yeah, I'm doing good. Just diving into all the work, all the trading, all the exciting things, working on something really, really fun and exciting. So good things are coming. India is here. UK is here. Fantastic. Welcome. Sakina, Teas. Watching from Pretoria, South Africa. India. Warsaw is here. Dzień dobry, Tonko. DJ, welcome. Yes, he did, Mike. He does it again. He did it again to me. You see, it's almost becoming a tradition to drop me alone on the live, but it's okay. I love our viewers. I love our people. So that's like you said, guys, we are never alone. Sweden is always up north, no heat, 20 degrees. Okay, it's 30 degrees for me already right now at 10 a.m. in the morning. So I do have some friends from Sweden, lovely people. Vinicius, good to see you as well. Void is here too. Welcome. Okay, so what are we looking at? Let me know in the chat if you guys, what are you trading today? We do have a shortened week due to the US Independence Day. So the Independence Day is on Friday. Nonetheless, tomorrow the trading day is shortened. So for those of you who trade US market, please make sure that you close the trades before the market closure, because otherwise you're going to get stuck for a very long weekend. You're going to get stuck for the low rollover from Thursday to Friday, then to Saturday, Sunday, and then Monday. And as much as that's not an issue when Trump is not there, well, when Trump is the president, you know that he can wake up during the middle of the night during the weekend and announce something. The world is going to go crazy, and your trade has an opportunity to open with 100 ticks gap. So I would say make sure that you definitely close your orders before the market closure tomorrow. Okay, so tomorrow we do have our US market closure. If I'm not mistaken, it is going to be 8 o'clock Central European time in the evening. Yes, it's going to be 8 p.m. Central European time. So that is 3 hours earlier than normal. Make sure that you are aware of that. Beside this, we do have today the ADP non-farm employment change, and we do have the level there in unemployment data coming from the European zone as well. Let me share my screen and the economic calendar, switch it up quickly, and we go. There we go. Okay. Here we are. Yeah, so what are we looking at today is ADP non-farm employment change, and we do have also, there it is. And we do have also the unemployment rate in Europe, which is just was published as a minute ago. It's supposed to be already now. Still coming apparently. So, and for the Thursday, which is really important also, by the way, besides the early market closure, we do have the non-farm tomorrow instead of Friday due to the Independence Day. So normally non-farm is of every single first Friday of the month. Now this month is an exception because of their of the holiday in the US on Friday. Hence why also please stay alert tomorrow because their non-farm and unemployment rate and average hourly earnings. So the whole package of non-farm is coming out tomorrow. Beside this, we do have the ISM non-manufacturing PMI, which is essentially the cover for the 70% of the total US economy, because the 70% of the US economy is coming from the services, the GDP of the US. So the ISM services PMI tomorrow is going to be a really important data also showing us where the economy is leading so far. And that itself is a direction that it's going to be determining the direction also partially where Powell is going to be taking the interest rate decision. Hence why those are quite important things. Yes. Void is saying the crown in YouTube is like training for being first who wins an absolute consistency. They consistently have fun. Yeah. I love it. Don't they care about us insomnia traders? Then Daniel, for those who need to stay trading, there is crypto market. I'm not sure how you are with the crypto market. That's not completely my thing, but I know some people trade crypto just because it's opened 24/7 and it's tradable. I think it's a way of addiction, to be honest with you, when the person can't sleep without. Why is my screen not working? Can't sleep without having a trade. Okay. Apparently, it's not only Jonatan's camera today, but also the stream yard is also not working with me. Okay, let me share the second screen. That's okay. I have a second one, no problem. One moment. And let's put some music on, shall we? There we go. Perfect. So we looked at a couple of things last week when I was during the live. Yeah, that's definitely some issues with the StreamYard today. 100%. Yeah, Jonatan is hiding. Jonatan left us, so hopefully he's going to be joining soon. StreamYard is giving us some issues, but that's okay. We're going to deal with that as well. So we were looking at a couple of things here last. Can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me? Can you let me know in the chat if the stream is going well? Because from my side, it feels like it's hanging. Okay, let's have a look at this. Login, yes, I can definitely see that happening for some reason. Okay, well, hopefully it's gonna be fixed soon, because as long as you hear me, of course. Audio is working. Okay. Well, let's have a look at gold, since the audio is working and you can hear me. 1 second, guys. Yeah, I think Jonatan is back and with us. Okay, so as long as the audio is working, let's have a look at the gold. I saw already some comments in the chat regarding it. So let me know in the chat if you guys are bearish or bullish for gold. Let me know if you're bearish or bullish for gold for today. If we are looking at the high time frame, we see that gold has been stuck on the all-time highs consolidation for quite a while, since the mid of May. The current moment, we see that last week we reached the point of control of the months at 32.64, and that's the level that we looked at a week ago on the stream, on Wednesday stream with the 5ers here on YouTube. This was the level that I was looking for a buy, and it indeed rejected from here. You can go back in the live streams, and there was essentially the recordings of this breakdown that I was doing. Now, what I'm waiting for today here is perhaps a smaller, like a deeper pullback towards the downside before the continuation back towards the upside again. So I see you guys are saying that bullish in the chat as well. So you're also looking for the buy continuation. For the buy continuation here. Okay, so apparently StreamYard is giving us some big issues because music is also not wanting to work. Camera, no? Still nothing. So that doesn't seem to fix the camera. Replay. Replay gates. Well, someone's not using the black charts, someone's using the white charts, and that depends on what's better for you. For the budgets and this, I can set my chart for a longer time. So you're more than welcome to have your charts as dark as you want, but on the left side gonna say white. Yeah, now the audio is bad. Great. Okay. Sound is bad. Lagging. Great. Okay. Well, don't seem to be able to fix that.
Can you guys hear me? Am I lagging as well? Let me know if I'm lagging as well. So you can let me know in the chat if I'm lagging as well. I'm trying to set up the camera here. There's something wrong with my camera. So let me know if I'm lagging or if there's any. Maybe it's on. Okay, so I'm not lagging. So it seems like it's on Anastasia's end. So I will. I have another camera. I will go get that one and just give me 1 minute. It's crazy. I got like 3 different cameras in front of me and none of them want to work.
So
I'll be back in just a minute.
It's all right. ABL's here to rescue with the stable internet and the camera that works. It's fine. It's all right. I was watching whilst I was figuring some other stuff out, but I figured I might as well come in and just give you a bit of calm. Hopefully, got a good sound from me.
Thanks. It seems like I also stopped lagging, if I'm not mistaken, right?
You've stopped lagging.
Did it stop lagging?
You've stopped lagging.
Yeah,
music
great.
and all sorts was killing you. So looks all right.
Maybe seems like my saved the day. The moment you got on the stream, everything started working fine.
Yeah. All right.
All right, so I got the camera. Let's plug it in. Funny how I got like a $500 camera and that's not working. And then I tried to install another one, which is like a $300 camera. Now I got the $40 camera. Let's see if that one works. Probably this one is going to work. And all the other ones are is. So it's not always the expensive stuff, it's the good stuff. I'm going to look terrible in this one though. Let's see if I can get this to work. Oh, what a great start to the live stream! But it seems like people enjoy technical difficulties because we're still getting the views. All right, let's see.
Apparently.
Is it working? Oh, holy shit, that's bad. Let me fix this. Wow, I look like. Yeah. Okay. Well, that's a bit embarrassing. I gotta fix this.
Their quality is outstanding, I suppose.
Yeah, it's really special. Definitely very special.
Let's get back to gold while fixing the camera for a moment being.
Okay. I'm gonna see if I can add it here.
You're most likely gonna need to reload as well again. Let's see.
No, there we go. Hello.
Yeah, it looks like 99 keys essentially, but we can see you.
Yeah. Wow. I can't believe I had this one. Like I used this one in the past for real. Amazing. Okay, let's go. We are ready. Look at this. Like this is crazy because I got this one. Like that's the and then I got the camera behind here. Like that's the good camera, and then I have this one as well, and it's not working. And then like got this old school camera I had to use that is working like better than the other ones. It's insane. All right. Okay. Wow, the quality of this one is superb.
You know, you look in this camera like the rapper from the beginning of 2000s. You know, when they will like record videos holding this camera, you know?
Yeah. Okay, let's
this is the box.
Okay, so what we're gonna do now, guys, what we're gonna do now is we're gonna continue with the experiment that we did yesterday. I don't know if you guys remember yesterday, but we did an experiment, right? Where let me change some things around here. Okay, so we're gonna have. Oh my God, we're gonna have StreamYard up here. This is what happens when you go on vacation, guys. So like, don't go on vacation. It's not a good idea because you come back and everything's just not working as it should be. And wow, I see in the chat we have something new going on. We got like there's like a crown and then a number. Nora is apparently number 1, and then we got Void is number 3. Like I think we got like a super fans things. Or we got a top fan chat. Number 1, our best fan apparently is Vinicius, and then we have Nora. All right, Nora, gonna keep it up. Let's see if you can get to that, grab that first spot. Okay, I was saying something before rambling on about the chat. Yeah, I was talking about the experiment we did yesterday. So yesterday I asked you all what pair to trade, and then also what setup to take. So I think we're gonna do something similar today. Okay, so I'm gonna.
Yeah, it does. What matters is who ends as a number 1 in the end of the stream, and we have a very long stream, so you guys will have some competition going on for the next few hours to see who is going to be the first number 1 top fan of the 5ers live stream. We should start giving some, I don't know, some giveaways, some gifts maybe as an idea.
We're gonna do a giveaway. We're gonna do a giveaway tomorrow. So we're gonna do celebrating the fact that we hit 75 75K subscribers, and we're going to be doing that giveaway tomorrow. And I also have a giveaway link for you guys. If you stay tuned here in the live stream today, you're going to get a link in the comment section. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay, so if you guys did not join me yesterday, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to ask you four different pairs. What pair is Jonatan going to trade today? We're going to do first Euro USD. We're going to do gold. We're going to do USD JPY and GBP USD. So I'm gonna give you about 2 minutes to decide which pair I'm going to be trading today. And while you do that, I'm going to go in and I'm going to log into that account. I opened a new account yesterday just for this experiment. So every trade I'm going to take on this account is going to be traded by you guys. You're going to be deciding the pair. You're also going to be deciding what setup we're going to be taking. You're going to be deciding the entry, the stop loss, the TP, and everything. Yesterday's trade was actually a winner. So yeah. Alice says, join me in EU cells. Okay, interesting. We're definitely. Well, the thing is, I always, ask people what to trade, and they're always going to say gold. So I might just do gold going forward, because it seems like that's the only thing that people actually want to be trading. So while you guys go into the comment section and vote for the pair that you want to be trading, and of course also like the live stream. I see that whenever I tell you to like, you actually do like the live stream. So like the live stream. Thank you very much. It's a small gesture from you, but it really does mean everything to us. It enables us to grow quicker. It enables us to invite more guests and give you guys more of the content that you like, that you love. Okay. So I get a high stakes 10K. I get a high stakes 10K account. I'm going to log into that one right now. I'm not going to do the mistake of showing my login details live as I did last time. That's the infamous sound from MetaTrader. And now I got a mail as well. Nice. I love mails. I don't like the mails from MetaTrader though. They're never says anything interesting. Okay, so the account is set up. I'm logged in. We're ending the poll. We're going to be trading gold. Okay. Next question. You guys want me to trade long or short? So next question, long or short gold? Long, short. Very simple question. Go into the poll, answer the question, and while you are in there, hit that like. And why not subscribe? Because we're at 76K subscribers already. It's amazing. Amazing.
Now the next milestone is 100.
Yeah. Well, before that, we got 77. So let's get to 77. I'm kidding. That was supposed to be a joke. A very boring joke. What are you trading, Anastasiia?
Today, looking for the gold.
Yeah.
And looking for pound.
Today, okay. Gold.
So I'm looking for gold because, 1 second, I'm going to bring it up to the second chart. And on the second chart, it's very interesting what we can see, because there is a huge disbalance between how the current essentially the price development goes and the order flow inside all this whole consolidation. So let me bring up the second chart here for a second.
Wait, sorry. So I think I had the wrong microphone. So can I just check the quality, like this one compared to? Is this better? Can you hear me better now?
Yeah, that's your normal microphone. Yes.
Oh, perfect. I was using the webcam because someone said that I'm. Yeah, it says switch your mic. You sound like you're using. Yeah, thank you guys. Thank you. Nice. Sorry. Go ahead, Anastasiia.
Yeah, so what we are looking here for the gold is that since the beginning of May, we were consolidating. So the end of April, actually. And during this consolidation, although the price level didn't change, what changed is the distribution of the orders inside of this consolidation. So inside of the range, we had majority of aggressive bid orders, so sell orders, which means that people were trying to sell. The bigger part of it, there was a huge disbalance on the bid side, because literally since the previous all-time highs here that we reached on the 22nd of April, the price stalled, but the delta was showing the development of majority of the bearish market orders. And at this point, we are getting lower and lower and lower. So there's a huge divergence between what the price is doing and the actual order development, the amount of orders inside of this range. So normally, if the market orders are hitting sells, hitting bids, so the majority of the people, retail sellers, little traders are selling, the price, although is not going anywhere, that's usually the sign that the big market players, big institutions, they are accumulating the buy limit orders under it. They're absorbing the aggressive market liquidity and letting people to sell into their buy limits. And the buy limit wall is not letting the price to drop down. This is usually the sign of the upcoming swing, huge movement to the upside. So I am bullish for the swing / long term for gold because of this 4-hour and the daily order development and the divergence with the price. However, if we look at the 30-minute time frame for a moment, we see that we are right below the big volume right here, the big volume cluster from yesterday. So this zone right here might be holding the price. I am at the moment bearish for gold. I think gold may go a little bit lower until the previous lows here. And then from this zone, I'm going to be looking for the bullish continuation back to the upside. But I'm looking for more of this is already more of a swing, I'm thinking. I don't think it's going to be so easy also to catch this low, so I'm going to be taking it as a swing position. Now, at the very current moment for intraday, I am short based on this, which goes against my normal bias, my main bias, and hence it's a little bit more risky, but I don't think gold is ready to go back to the upside yet. Immediately.
Okay, great. Because we just had the poll ending for gold, and it says that 62% wants me to short gold. So while you continue with that, Anastasiia, I'm going to add another poll, and I want you guys to answer this one: market or limit order. So go into the poll and select market or limit order for me to enter gold here today. And then also go into the charts, guys, and think about what setup you guys want me to trade, because again, I'm not going to give you my analysis on gold. Like, I'm not going to give you my bias on gold. I want you guys to just choose the setup, and then after I enter the setup and after we've decided on a plan, I will give you my my analysis and my bias on gold. And by the way, guys, I see that we had 300 people watching. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for tuning in and joining us here in the 5ers live trading room. While you're watching, make sure that you also hit that like and subscribe to the channel. And for everyone who is tuning in right now, what we're doing here is we're doing live trading. That's all we're doing, live trading, and trying to make some money, and also doing an experiment here today where I will let you guys, the viewers, decide what I'm going to be trading. And you know, if I pass this account, which I'm not going to do, like, it's a very weird way of doing this, right? I'm not going to, like, if I do this, it's insane. But if I do pass this account and maybe get funded and start making money doing this, we'll have to give something back, right? We'll have to give something back to the community, probably accounts or hub credits or something like that. So make sure that you join the journey here. Is this group trading? We got Saul coming on later in the live stream, the CEO of The5ers. Might have to run this with him, see if this is actually allowed. If I can do this. But, you know, we have a couple of hours before he gets on, and he's probably not watching the live stream right now. So while the boss is gone, you know, whatever that saying is, whatever. Let's make some money. Okay. Go into the comment section. Vote. Market or limit order.
Market order stop above the previous market structure. Why? Why would you trade with this order?
Yeah, we're not going to do anything complicated like that.
Why would you
not going
trade
to do
with
anything
this?
complicated?
No.
I do like the idea though of having a like a stop order, like a stop limit buy or whatever with breakouts, but nah, not today. What's the XP thing on YouTube? That's a good question. Seems like YouTube is gamifying the comment section, and the most active people in the comment section are getting there's a top list. I'm looking into the wrong camera. I got too many cameras on here. So yeah, the more you comment, I guess the more you rise as a top fan, and I think that's going to go through throughout all the live streams. Yes, that's right. When the cat's away, the mice will play. Yeah, I think that's the same. In Sweden, we have something different. I can't remember. I don't know. But yeah, whatever. Over to you, Anastasiia.
So are you trading now?
No,
already?
no, I'm going to be ending the poll here. So 66% says market. Okay, so we now know that we're going to be trading gold. We're going to be trading to the short, to the downside, and we're going to be using a market order. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to share my screen, share my MetaTrader here. Just make sure that I'm not sharing any private details, like quite bad at that. Sometimes I'm sharing my logins and everything. Okay, so should be good here. Let's see.
Did someone log into your account last time that you shared your details?
So I was quick in changing it, but now the thing is, like, the login details that I have on the 5ers hub is not the same as on the account. So, and I don't know what password I choose. So now I have to change it again and write it up somewhere. Okay, so yesterday we I had made a poll as well asking how many percent per percent of the account per how many percentage of the account am I going to risk per trade, basically. And we voted on 1/2%, 1/4%, or 0.12%. And of course, you degenerates in the comments choose one, like 75% went with 1%. So of course, we're going to be trading using 1%. And we are going to short gold with 1%. So you can see the position size calculator. I've put in 1% risk. I'm going to risk $100, 0.33 on gold today going short. Now, the question is, okay, so we're going to enter at market. Okay, we're going to enter at market. Now, we're going to go short. So I'm going to give you a couple of ideas for stop loss, okay? So the first one I'm thinking is, let me just pull MetaTrader over to the right screen. Okay, so the first one I'm thinking is just above, like, do we want to scalp this? Do we want to have a like stop loss here? Probably not. This is on 1 hour. Also, while I look at the stop loss levels, I want you to go in to the poll and answer what time frame we're going to be focusing on today. So remember, we're going to be doing this on an isolated time frame. So we're going to be selecting the 1 hour, the 15 minute, the 5 minute, or the 1 hour. So go into the comment section and decide what time frame we're going to be basing this trade on. You have about 1 to 2 minutes to vote on that one. And again, while you're clicking in the comment section, make sure that you also click that like. We're almost at 100 likes, and we're getting a lot of new viewers coming into the live stream. And welcome, everyone. We are doing weird stuff here. Okay. 46% says 15-minute time frame. I'm gonna give it a couple of seconds. Let's see, we got almost 100 voters. Go into the comment section, vote on what time frame we're going to be using. When we hit a 100 votes, we're going to be ending the poll And there we go, right there. We got 45% saying the 15 minutes. We're going to go into the 15 minute and we're going to be basing our trade on the 15 minute. Okay, so I now have 3 options for you guys when it comes to stop loss. Now, we're not going to be looking at the take profit yet. We're going to be looking at the stop loss because I think this is actually really good exercise. When you're looking at and entering a new trade, focus on the risk, focus on the invalidation levels, because it's really at, when it comes to risk management, it's the invalidation level or the area where your idea would be invalidated. That's the whole setup, right? Now, of course, you're going to be looking at how much you're going to be risking to win a certain amount, and then you're going to be looking at the risk to reward and all of that. But I think it's really, really important to first and foremost focus on how much are you willing to lose and where is the invalidation of your idea. So again, you guys said that we're going to be shorting gold. Now, think about this. Why do you want to be shorting gold? And where is that idea invalidated? So we have 3 points of interest here. I'm going to give you 3 options of stop loss placement. So where should we place stop loss? The first level is 3339, about that area. The second one is 3345, and then the third one is 3345. Didn't I just say that? No, 3358. Okay, go in. You get about 2 minutes. Vote on where we're going to be placing our stop loss. Now, again, I don't care. I really don't care. I haven't even told you about my ideas for this or my bias. I might not even be wanting to short this, on my real account. So I'm going to give it 2 minutes, and as soon as we have a majority choosing one stop loss level, then we are going to go with that one. Right now, it looks like 3345 is winning this one, so we're going to be adding 3345. Again, we're not going to be looking at the take profit just yet. Going to be shorting this one. I'm just going to put the take profit down here, and then we're going to be adjusting the take profit. So we got the 3345 right here. I'm just going to go ahead and just place it just a little bit higher right there. Okay, so we're ending the poll. We got 56% saying 3345. I'm going to put it at 3346. No, let's put it at 3345. Does that make sense? No, we're gonna put it at 3346. Okay, so we're gonna be entering the trade right now. Activate algo trading trade. We're going short, lot size 0.09. And there you go. That's the trade. Okay, so we're in gold right now. Now let's talk about take profit. Okay, let's talk about take profit. Now, do you guys want me to go out and look at high time frame levels, or do you want me to stick with the 15 minute? Actually, you know what? Let's stick with the 15 minute. But we already voted on that, so we're going to stick with the 15 minute. Now, I'm going to give you a couple of areas where I see some swing points on the 15 minutes. So we're going to be doing that one right there. And then we're going to be selecting that low right there. And then we're going to be selecting that high right there. And we're going to be removing the stop loss levels. So all you see right now is the possible levels of TP. So we're going to go in right now and we're going to do another question for the TP. So the first TP is 3328. The second one is 3313. And the third one is going to be 3294. Go in and vote for the take profit level. Where do you want me to put the take profit for this trade right now? Do you want to have the first level for 3,328, or this one right here at 3,013, or 3,294? We're just going to be selecting one take profit. We're not going to be having any. We're not going to be averaging out of this one or something like that. We're going to be selecting one. So right now it's very even between 3328 and 3313. So it's definitely, actually it's very, very even right now. So I'm gonna put a timer on for 2 minutes. So 2 minutes you got to vote on this one. Apparently, it's very even right now. So make sure you go in, and I need all of you to really put your cast your votes right here, because it's really important that we get a high number. You know, the higher number we get, the higher the participants, the more reliable the results of this poll is going to be. So, and when we're done with this, the next question will be, will we manage this trade? Is it a set and forget trade, or will we move stop loss with price? Will we move stops into profit or not later? Okay, so we got about 1 minute left, and right now it looks like 3313 is leading as a take profit target.
So you're literally
Okay.
letting the audience decide the fate of your account completely.
Oh yeah, definitely. Like this is yeah. And I mean I bought this with my hard-earned money. So
you did.
Yeah. I did.
Oh.
So it's gonna be interesting. I think it's more going to be. I think the question is like how quickly will I lose the account? I think that's the that's the thing, you know.
But at least you didn't risk like 10% on the first trade.
Flowing water, like I'm not shorting gold. You're shorting gold. You guys are shorting gold. I'm not. This is not my trade. This is your trade. Gold is ultra bullish. Nice. Well, you know what? In my long-term portfolio, like my long-term investment portfolio, where I have like a 5 to 10 year horizon, I am long like 30% of that portfolio is in gold. So I am, of course, quite bullish on gold long term. Okay, so we're ending the poll right here, and the winner is 3,313. So that is where we're going to be putting that EP. Beautiful. So I'm just going to be removing.
Have you done?
Or what?
Is it the first time you're doing it? Like letting the audience
yesterday as well.
How did it end? Because I didn't watch it.
It ended pretty good. Got a 1-to-1 risk reward win on that one. So yeah, it ended pretty good.
Nice.
Let's see which one won here. Okay, 3,313. We go in and change that stop loss. Why can't I change this?
And we lost you. Yeah, we totally lost Jonatan. Okay, while he's getting back, let me answer some questions in the chat because I see you guys were asking some things. Okay, which account is beneficial for a day trader, 100 bootcamp or 100 high stakes? Well, they're just different. They're different specifications. You need to, there's a different amount of steps until the payout. It's a different leverage, where there's a bootcamp account is 1 to 30, and the high stakes is, if I'm not mistaken, 1 to 500. So the leverage on the high stakes is much higher than the bootcamp one, which allows you to take more risks. But at the same time, if you know about yourself that you tend to over-risk, you tend to overtrade, then perhaps a bootcamp account is something that is going to make sure that your account lives longer, right? At the same time, you need to be aware of, for example, the rules about the news trading. So the question is, do you trade during the news? Like, is your trading system applicable to trade the news? And is this something that you figured out as being profitable for you systematically? That's also going to be important, because one is allowing the trade during the news events, the red folder on the Forex Factory, and the other one doesn't. So those two are just for different two types of traders. And both of those traders can be an intraday trader, but you need to look at the specifications of your trading system to find out whether the bootcamp or the high stakes serves you best. Like for me, for example, personally, is a high stakes, right? But that depends. That's not a rule. It's not like, okay, high stakes is better for day trading and bootcamp is better for swing trading. No, it's better for your specific trading system that you apply. Sam, yeah, I actually do look at the footprint charts, right? So I trade footprint charts, I trade order flow, I trade volumes, and that's essentially what I do. And everyone here from the whole team on the 5ers trade different things, different strategies. So you can find something that works best for you. But if you have some questions about the footprint or something, just let me know, and I'm gonna be more than happy to help you and do my best. Hey, you have another camera now.
Yeah, so I'm now on another computer because my PC crashed. I don't know what to do. I don't know. It's terrible.
You changed.
So I installed a new graphics card and a like power supply unit, and now it crashed and my camera is not working. So yeah, I don't really know what's going on here. But luckily for me, I do have more. I do have way too much equipment. So I'm able to get it fixed. Okay, so what we have is let's see, I'm gonna log into that account once again on the laptop. See, I think I was in the process of just moving the stop loss. So I'm just gonna go in and I'm just gonna adjust that stop loss, and then when I'm done with that, I am happy to hear your thoughts on gold once we are done with this one. I believe it was 3,313. For some reason, I can't change it. I have to do it like this. Okay, so okay, let's put it right there. Okay, guys, that's the trade. Let's see what we get here. No, it's not down. It's not correct. We're gonna be increasing a little bit. Okay, perfect. All right, guys, sorry for the technical difficulties that we've been having here today, but it seems like it's all under control now. And Anastasiia, I would love to, now that we're done with this, I'm just going to do one more poll in the comment section. I'm going to ask to see if you guys want me to have a have a set and forget approach, or we should use a trailing stop loss. So make sure that you do go into the comment section and answer that poll. And while I do that, I would love for you, Anastasiia, to maybe tell us a little bit about your bias for gold here and what you think about this setup.
Absolutely. I'll wait until you do it, right? Until the poll, or?
You can do it now. You can do it now.
Perfect. I'll switch to my screen then. I'm gonna be switching to my oops. Sorry for that.
Yeah, I think you removed me.
Yeah, I did. Giving your laptop a break.
Yeah. It's waiting for this one to crash as well.
So I'm bearish. Well, I'm bullish for gold in general for the swing and long term. We've been talking about this while you were having technical difficulties. So I'm bullish in general for gold, and one of the reasons is because if we look at the higher time frame, so the daily and the 4-hour time frame for gold. I'm just quickly gonna do this again because we have a lot of new people joining, and I covered it in the first 10 minutes of stream, is that since the moment gold started consolidating in the end of April, and since this all-time high on the 22nd of April, gold has been stuck in the range while the order development was on the bearish side. So we had a lot of sell orders by market hitting gold and hitting the tape, and the price didn't move. So the fact that the price didn't move, although the amount of sell orders was overweighting the buy orders for like more than 60,000 contracts in the past, in the past months, then it means that usually we have the buy limit wall that is absorbing the seller's activity, doesn't let the price trade. So because of this, is usually the type of manipulation that gets developed before the opposite movement to the upside. So I'm long-term and swing-term, like I'm bullish for gold. For the current moment, intraday, I am actually bearish, because if we look at the 30-minute time frame, what we will see is that gold is approaching this high volume cluster right here. So for some reason, it's not updating for me. I need to update my data and reconnect it as well. So one of these technical difficulties again, I don't know what is in the air today on Wednesday, but it's another one. But long story short, I'm waiting for the gold to reject from the 33.50 on the futures. It's a high volume cluster. Here, we see that the price was trying to go higher. It failed. It accumulated more volume, went down, rejected. I'm expecting another rejection, approximately the same highs, maybe slightly lower, slightly higher. And then going towards the levels of these lows here or this low here. So this whole zone on the left shoulder, it creates a kind of head and shoulders pattern. And if it does, then I'm going to be waiting for the swing buys from that level as well. And last week we talked about this buy here from this level, and it perfectly also worked out. So this was the previous, I think, Tuesday or Wednesday, we've been talking about that. And that's what worked. And now I'm waiting for this move and then continuation to the upside. I don't think gold is ready to drop at the current moment, because if you look at the footprint, it's quite bullish. So we have quite a bullish, imbalances also appearing in the 5-minute footprint charts. So I think it might go slightly higher a little bit for the next 10, 15 minutes, I don't know, before we're going to see some kind of confirmation in the bearish direction. But I think we are approaching the level where it can reject, because it's this 33.50 I'm looking at. So a little bit maybe higher, but for the rest, I'm waiting for the short.
Interesting. Yeah. So I think, with this experiment, I want to make sure that I don't really give my bias on the trade setup until we're actually in the trade and we see price start moving. So I want to quickly share my analysis here on what we're doing. And by the way, guys, I do see that Vinicius has taken the top spot as the top fan here in our comment section. It's pretty cool. We're gonna have a little bit of a battle between the chats here. We have Vinicius being in top 1. We got Nora FX at 2, and then I believe we have Void as the top 3. All right. I'm not sure how to get XP in the YouTube chat, but it's pretty cool to have someone spamming. Let's get rid of him. How do we? Okay, let's put him in a 24 hours timeout. Nice. I like that. I like to have that power. Just chill, dude. Like, you put on timeout. I like that. Okay, so on the 4 hour, what am I seeing on gold? I mean, I'm bullish. You know what I mean? Like, I'm bullish. I think we're gonna get some upside here. We're gonna take out the stop loss of this trade. I'm gonna be switching over to my screen. We are on my screen. Okay. So what I'm seeing right here is, obviously for gold, we had a very strong push to the upside. I don't see any signs of this slowing down unless we break below these wicks that we have right here. This is, for me, a typical break and retest. Now, what I mean with a break and retest is that, yes, we're coming up and hitting a major resistance area, and that resistance area, why don't I don't know. I don't have the tools here. You know what? Let's just open up TradingView, and we're going to go to gold on TradingView instead, because it's just the best shorting platform out there. And
I can't really do any proper analysis on MetaTrader. So while we do look at the trade in MetaTrader, I'm going to be switching over to the gold chart here on TradingView. Now, what we see here, first of all, on the daily, so let's remove some levels here. I'm on my laptop as well, so I'm using the trackpad here. I don't have the mouse connected, so it's going to be a bit slow here, I believe. But what I'm looking at here on the daily is that, first of all, we zoom out. Now, this is a very bullish market. Now, we can, of course, look at this, the break of that trend as the local structure breaking, which is that's valid, right? You can definitely be bearish with a local structure breaking, but we haven't really seen any major swing, lower swing highs. I mean, we had one here, and then this one, but we're not really seeing that yet here. And I believe that this to me is bullish on the higher time frames, even though we have some signs of slowing down. But we also had that right here about a year ago. Then when we had that major breakout, we also saw the same type of consolidation here. And if we zoom out, gold really likes to like consolidate in these patterns in this current move. And we're seeing the exact same type of pattern emerging now. So I'm bullish on the higher time frames. And then on the 4-hour, if we look at this level as a breakthrough, a resistance, and I view this as one of the most important resistance area for gold. So like this. And what this is right now, what we're seeing is we can also add the moving averages, right? And what I'm seeing here is a reclaim of the moving averages, a reclaim of the 20 and 50 EMA on the 4-hour. We're seeing a reclaim of lost support. This tells me that gold is potentially inside this range once again, and we're potentially coming up and testing that range EQ. And if we reclaim that one, we should be moving up to range high. So there's not a lot of bearish things in the chart here. There is, of course, this level. So from a technical point of view, we could just add a level right here, and then we could say that, well, this is a rejection of that level. But I would say that this reclaim is a bigger sign of strength. But then to the trade that we have open, it's not a bad trade. And why it's not a bad trade is because the stop loss level is right above that local invalidation. So if this is weakness that we're seeing in gold right now, we should not get above this level. And I believe that this is the trade. I believe we entered around here, and we had the stops above here, with that being the take profit. So it could still work. I mean, it could still work, but there's not really a lot of bearish momentum coming in on gold. And then Mike says in the comments here, why no buy? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well. So the comment section here is, I think it was about 70% wanted to short gold, and you wanted to enter at market. Most of you just wanted to enter at market right away, and we saw that a vast majority of you wanted to have a tight stop loss. And this is interesting because if you look at the numbers in the trading space, how many profitable traders, like what is the percentage of profitable traders? I would say that it's somewhere between 1% and 5% of all the millions and millions of people doing this are actually able to be consistently profitable. So I'm not saying that it's the same numbers here, because obviously that percentage is also including people that are not, maybe not actively trying to improve. And I believe that everyone who's watching this live stream, you are actively trying to improve. So maybe we can increase that number to maybe 10 to 15%. But it still means that a vast majority of everyone watching here is not profitable right now, and it's going to be very difficult to become profitable. So doing this experiment, what I see is some signs of the majority wanting to enter right away, and you want to have a tight stop loss. And that's one of the biggest issues with trading gold. So if I would be shorting this, I would put my TP down here. Okay, I would put it down here, and then I would put my stop loss up here, because this gives me much more room for error. Yes, I will have to, the trade has to run much further for me to make the same amount of money, because the risk to reward is going to be much less, but there's a lot of more room for error. So we can see price take out these highs and then move lower, and that's exactly what gold likes to do. It likes to take out the stop loss, like the obvious stop losses, and then start to move lower. But we never know, it might just move straight down here. But it's yeah, it's a very interesting it's an interesting experiment, and I think everyone that is going to take part of this experiment, you have to think about that as well. If you are not profitable right now trading gold, maybe you have to change a couple things. Maybe change a couple of things in the way that you're trading your specific system, and maybe that means having a wider stop loss. I think for gold, for most of you, having a wider stop loss would be better in a lot of cases. It depends on how you're trading, right? But I think, I mean, that was one of the things that made me profitable, is increasing my stop loss, because I did see that on most of my trades, stop loss got hit and then TP got hit. So if I increase the stop loss, I would be making less in terms of risk to reward, but my win rate would go up. And Mohammed had a question: why didn't you wait to risk it on a better price like 3343? Because you decided that you wanted to enter at market. So I gave you a choice: do you want to enter at market, or do you want to have a limit order? Now, if we do see that there is areas higher that might get tested, chances are that we should be putting in a limit order. But let's, it's going to be an interesting experiment. This will be a good learning experience, I believe. All right. Okay.
I think gold is getting ready to go down now.
Man, you are lagging so much. I think is it your connection? Do you have like a unstable connection or something?
No, I have a very good connection, but let me reload the stream, and I'm gonna be back in a minute.
Yeah. All right, here we go. Now it's just me. Anastasiia is not here, so if you have anything to say about her, now's the time to say it. Let's go. I don't have anything bad to say about her. She's a wonderful trader, wonderful analyst. Super happy to have her here. Okay, what is a suitable risk to reward for day trading? So that's the wrong question. Okay, that's the wrong question. The right question is, what's the suitable strategy for me in scalping? Risk to reward, like a lot of people don't even trade based on risk to reward. I don't really look too much on risk to reward. What I care about is, where is the high probability move? Okay, so you have price hitting resistance, and then very close to that resistance you have support to the downside, and you're looking at that and you're thinking, well, it looks like the high probability move is to go down and hit that support, but I'm not going to be taking that trade because it's not a 2-to-1 or 2R trade. So you're missing out on a high probability move because you're so fixated on having a specific risk to reward. I think, like, does that even make sense? Does it make sense to not take a high probability trade because it does not have the risk to reward that you would like? What if you instead kind of flip it around? Ignore the risk to reward. Ignore the risk to reward. But then after 100 trades, you look at the average risk to reward. Now, if your average risk to reward is good in relationship to your win rate, then you have a profitable system. So do not focus too much on the risk to reward on an individual setup basis. You should look at that specific setup
from a price action and from a market structure perspective, and then ask yourself, where is the market likely to go? Am I able to get half an hour out of this trade with high probability? Then take the trade. That's my approach. I don't care if it's a 10-hour trade or if it's a half an hour trade. If I see a high probability setup, then I will take that trade, and then I will reevaluate the whole structure based on my average risk to reward. So in the retail trading space, and there's a big problem in trading education. Okay, and the biggest problem in trading education is that it's fairly easy to make money selling a dream. And what I mean by that is it's fairly easy to record a trading course and then sell that for thousands of dollars, and people will buy it even without you being able to show a track record, because they are so fixated on success that they're going to take any chance that they can get to get to a level of success in trading. And most of the trading education out there is focused on things like never take a trade that is below 3R. What does that even mean? That means nothing. It means absolutely nothing. What you have to do is create a system. Look at the system. Where is the average risk to reward of the trades over a large sample size, and then look at the win rate of that system. Do they go hand in hand? Is the risk to reward too low? Is the risk to reward too high? And then you have to work with risk to reward that way. So the trading education is very flawed, right, in the trading space, because we focus on the wrong things. We focus a lot on win rate, and we focus a lot about risk to reward. I mean, how many times have we not seen is someone trying to sell you a trading system with a high win rate without mentioning the drawdown, without mentioning the risk to reward, without mentioning the fact that it might have the risk to reward, like the drawdown to profit ratio, might be negative. You might have a very high win rate, but the risk to reward of the trades might be too low, so maybe not even profitable. So I think you need to focus on the right things. You have to start at the beginning, and the very beginning is understand technical analysis. Learn technical analysis before you learn risk to reward and win rate and all of that. Learn technical analysis and then develop a system, and then start looking into the win rate and risk to reward. And it's like running a business. I mean, you're not going to be starting a business without doing any research on potential competitors or doing research on in the industry that you're starting a business. And there's a lot of things going on in the background of running a business, right? And it's the same with trading. You can't just buy a course and then just hope that it's working. You actually have to develop the business on your own. You have to build it from the ground up. It's the same in trading. All right, Anastasiia is back. Let's hear that beautiful voice of yours. Let's see if it's working or not.
Yeah, it should be working. The camera is not lagging now, so I think I'm back.
Nice.
We're trying to make the audience said bad things about me. Like, I heard it when I was leaving.
And nobody said anything. Like, nobody said anything bad. Not even I. I specifically said I don't have anything bad to say about you.
Love you guys. See, even if I'm not in the room, that means something.
Yep. We when you're not on the live stream, we get comments like, "Where's Anastasiia? Where's Anastasiia?"
We get comments like this about everyone. We have fans of every single one of us.
Yes, that's right. Okay, so gold is looking good here. It's keeping with that.
You mean that one?
No. I like that plant. I never said that. I like that plant. It's a real plant, is it?
No, it's not.
It's not a real plant. Yeah, well, you should say that it's a real plant. Like my plant in the office is definitely real.
But it would be a banana tree. You know how much sun they need? I have one on the terrace, which is a real one. They are such a pain. Have you ever had a banana tree?
No, we don't have a lot of banana trees in Sweden.
Yeah, I can guess that actually.
Yeah, I mean we have potatoes mostly, apple trees, no bananas, no bananas.
Banana trees are like such a pain. So trust me, the good thing is that it's fake and it stays alive, because they die. Like they need an attention, like you get a pet.
Yeah.
It's a plant, but it actually needs the attention of a pet, a proper dog, you know?
Okay, that's interesting. So the banana plant needs attention like a pet.
Yeah.
So do you talk with it? Like, do you pet it? Do you talk with it?
No, I mean not that much, I guess.
do you go on walks? Do you bring it? Do you put a like Anastasiia probably puts it on a leash and then kind of walks around the neighborhood.
If I'm gonna have so much work as in the past week, I might start talking to it though.
yeah. We're gonna have like the psych ward coming and knocking on your door live. Like, Anastasiia, we need to talk. We need to talk about your banana plant. It is not alive. It is not a dog. It's a plant. It's plastic.
You see, Patrick says that he talks and kisses the plants because the science shows that it helps growth.
Yeah, I don't care what science says. Like, if you're kissing your plants, you're weird. That's weird. That is weird behavior. Yeah, you go ahead and kiss your plants. I'm not kissing my plants. They're dusty. They're filthy. I'm not gonna kiss them. You know.
Right. Yeah, okay, but they're called the banana tree. Doesn't mean it's a tree, right? It's a grass actually, like a herb. Yes, but I mean they're called not a banana herb. Okay, okay, but banana plant. Anyway, why we are talking about that?
Magdalena says I should clean them. Yeah, I should clean them. Thank you. Thank you. I got one right here. Look at this. It's not very dusty though. Like, it's not very dusty. It's a little bit dusty. You see, it's like gray. Yeah. I should definitely dust them. I like plants. We have a lot of plants here. Actually, I haven't noticed. We do have a lot of plants here. We also have some dead plants, I see. Okay, so we're not doing much here. Can you maybe you can share something?
Yeah. Actually, Stephen, we are right.
That's the banana plant. Did you hear the banana plant in the background?
You see, if you take really good care of them, they start talking back.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. There's Nora FX. You gotta. Let's see. Where are you in the number 2. In number 2. You gotta start commenting. Man, I'm so distracted today.
Yeah. Well, let me share something. So for gold, Stephen was asking, actually, Jonatan is right now in the trade for gold, for sure, because audience chose a trade. I am biased on short for the intraday, but it's not yet ready. I'm looking at the footprint. I'm looking at this, and it seems like it's trying to reject this volume here on 33.50. So I'm expecting at any minute that it should start going down, which it is not yet, because if we look at futures chart for a current moment, we will see that once again, the orders mainly are still coming in bullish. So the footprint is mainly green still, which is essentially the sign that it's not yet ready to go down. I would want to see the red footprint chart, the sign that the beat is hitting the tape and closing below the 33.50, and that would be my sign to get into the short, based on my analysis, right? Not your guys' analysis. So that's basically my goal. And the other thing that I'm looking at is S&P 500 continuation for a buy, because I had this target here, this zone here as a target for long from the last week, while you were away, Jonatan, we were talking about several entries. We had one entry here for S&P 500, another one here, another one right here. So it was a pretty good run last week for the swing trade, and I had my target here, which is perfectly hit, and then the price reversed. I was expecting that if it gets closer again, and because I was looking for a short, but I didn't take it because it wasn't my trading time. If I'm looking also that if the price would come back, I would get another confirmation, I would short it again, which I didn't end up doing because it never gave the confirmation and the price continued to climb. So now as we broke the 62.40 level, which was my target for a long before, and we have been quite accumulating the volume here. So we had big volume accumulation for the beginning of the week and since Monday. And right now the price seems like it starts exiting this range or expanding the range at least. And it is above this high volume node. So we are looking at this high volume node border right here. So I'm expecting the S&P 500 also to continue to the upside today. The only thing that is quite bothering me is that we do have the short-term trading day tomorrow. We do have the NFP tomorrow because of the Independence Day in US on Friday, which is might be a reason that the price will just consolidate here. So the other option is we're going to get stuck in this range before the NFP, which I would prefer to not, of course. So we have this zone, and this is the zone that I'm looking for a buy right now. I'm probably going to wait for closer to New York session already to enter the trade. But maybe if it goes a little bit lower, that would be even better. I would prefer to see it at 62.49. So I'm not yet in a long, but I'm looking for either this or the movement to the upside immediately from the current level. Waiting for some kind of confirmation for now. And then the target I don't have set because we are on the all-time highs. The CFDs broke the all-time highs last week. The futures are just breaking it now. So, but I'm not going to have the target. I'm just going to let it run unless I see the reversal confirmation. So unless I see the big volume development to the upside, the price pushing down, something changes around macroeconomy, then yes. Well, I was just reading yesterday a very interesting research that if Powell's term is going to end in 2026, Trump is trying to already put someone in his place ahead of time. He wants them to cut the rates. Powell is not cutting the rates, but if they would cut the rates right now when indices, the stock market is at all-time highs, first of all, it never happened before. So Powell, Federal Reserve, has never cut rates when the US stock market was on the all-time highs. If they do it now, we're going to most likely see a huge run. And everything is right now cheap. If they're going to cut the rates now, all the prices that we see now are cheap. On the other hand, it might turn into the bubble, which is another side of the coin. So it's most likely going to go up a lot, but how long is going to last and how massive is going to be their pullback afterwards and their, the result of that's a different confirmation, like the different conversations. I'm looking for this buy. I think for the long term is also going to be very interesting depending on the situation with interest rates development. For today, I would like to see it a little bit lower, 26.49 or something. Maybe it's going to go from the current levels, but if you see on the 5-minute, it's quite struggling. It can't break this resistance as well. And if I place my volume on this move to the downside, it's this volume node right here that it's still holding. So if you look at this, it is right here, the high volume node. So for me, it's a little too early to buy right now. I would prefer this scenario, to be honest with you, and then move to the upside. What do you guys think about the US stock market? Let us know in the chat. Are you bullish or are you bearish?
Yeah, definitely interesting scenario we have today. I mean, I'm definitely personally I'm bullish, but I haven't really put too much. Haven't really done too much analysis on like long term, but I just want to make sure that I follow the trend, and right now the trend is very bullish. very bullish.
Ray saying I'm bearish on the US economy. Okay, good. But why? I mean, if the whole idea, right, with the tariffs is essentially to bring the production back in the US. I mean, I get why you're bearish on the US economy. I think it can go two sides depending on the interest rates as well development. US is a very interesting country, actually. Every time you are expecting the recession or you are expecting the US economy to crash, they get out of this. It's the way they manage, specifically Federal Reserve manages the economy, I think is something that is still holding US on board, because if someone like Trump would be managing it, that would be already that. That would be the seventh bankruptcy, I think, in his career.
Yeah, I did like, again, I'm not super I'm not very experienced when it comes to fundamental analysis, but I did watch the central bank meeting they had yesterday. They had like this meeting with all the major central banks chairmen, and I think I don't know, like I'm getting a sense of like confidence from Powell, like the way he's handling the situation, and I do feel like some people, they say that they should lower rates quicker, should have done it a long time ago, but he said something interesting when it comes to the tariffs, right? They need to, like, the inflation expectations have gone up significantly since the introduction of the idea of tariffs from Trump. And as a central bank, I mean, I think what you need to do is you need to kind of wait and see what the effect on the market will be before you start playing around with the interest rates. Now, obviously, Trump, he wants to lower the interest rates because he's a politician, not only a businessman, but he's a politician, and he wants to he wants that probably short term. He wants the polls to look good, and maybe not what he wants short term. It might not be the best thing for the economy long term. So yeah, it's a complicated situation, definitely.
Yeah, but someone in the comments is saying, aren't they going to fire him? Trump cannot fire Powell. By the law of the United States, he doesn't have the power to fire him. So the term of Powell's as a chairman of the Federal Reserve comes to the end, if I'm not mistaken, in the May 2026 only. And until then, Trump cannot replace him. Yeah, the effect of the tariffs is still incoming. I'm still very interested to see what is going to happen then. How is your trade going so far?
My trade, well, let me take a look.
Somewhere actually around the break even, if I'm not mistaken, right? A little in a drawdown
No,
right now.
I'm in a loss. It looks like it's potentially about to hit that stop loss. So yeah, not looking great. Not looking great.
DJ, inflation has actually gone down, yes, but inflation is the last. It is the last element in the chain of the inflation. So what you're looking at when you're looking at the inflation numbers is the CPI and the PCE numbers. This is the most delayed effect that you receive the data, because the fact that inflation went down has nothing to do with Trump's presidency. The inflation gets affected by the moves of Federal Reserve and tariffs and so on, approximately 12 to 24 months after it happened. So the effect on the inflation of the tariffs is still incoming. It wasn't yet released, so it wasn't yet affected. It's not yet affecting the chain, the economical chain. I'm gonna bring up now the Hope model, and I talked about this last year when we were one of the first streams actually with with the 5ers at that very moment. One second. I'm gonna open that. There we go. So people think that the inflation went down and that Trump is doing great, but in reality, it's completely different, actually. Here we go. So this is a HOPE economical model. You can search it. You can just type it in Google, the HOPE economical model, and this is going to show you this. So it shows you the 4 tiers of slowing down the different the parts of the economy. So from the interest rate change, or from the major changes like tariffs, for example, what are the first parts of the economy, the sectors of the economy they're going to be reacting first, and how long does it take usually for them to react on the changes in the main in the main chain. So the first to react and the slow down is going to be the housing market. Then it's going to be new orders, and then it's going to be profits, and then it's going to be employment. Only afterwards is going to be like the total inflation numbers. So the CPI is right here. The core CPI is all the way in the end. It's the last indicator that shows the effect of something that happened before. So the inflation going down wasn't because of this, but because it was still an effect of the rate increase that Powell did 2 years ago. This is still the effect that we are seeing right now at the inflation. What tariffs are doing now, this is an effect that we're going to see in 2026, 2027. This is when we are going to truly feel what Trump is implementing now. And if they start cutting rates, the first thing is going to show it is going to be the housing market. It's going to be the real estate market. And only afterwards the rest, because real estate is a huge sector of the economy. And we might think, okay, this is only the house and then real estate doesn't affect anything else. But it actually affects the chain of supplies that delivers the amount of work power that is needed to build the houses. And then it affects everything by, the snowball effect. So the inflation effect that we're going to see from the rate cuts is also going to be 1.5, 2 years from the current moment. So that's this essentially.
I also want to mention that the poll is done now. So 61% of you think that we're going to be using a set and forget approach for the trade. I'm going to pull up the trade again, and we can see that it's not looking great. We're most likely going to get a stop loss being hit here. So let me switch over to that one, and it's right here. So I can see it's getting very close to that stop loss right now. Let us know, guys, in the comments if you're interested in any other pairs. So if you want me to do this this whole idea once again, we can do so on another pair. So let me know in the comments if there's any specific pairs that you want us to trade, and we will create a poll for that as well. So I'm going to start working on the poll right here. We're going to do okay, so we're going to be adding the first ones that I see. So first one is Euro USD. We get US 30. Let's do 2 more. Let's do 2 more. So let me know in the comment section. Okay, so a lot of people. Okay, so let's just do Euro USD. Okay. Okay, so we're getting questions here. Should we close this now? I hope you're not following along here. We're not. This is just an experiment that we're doing for fun. Please do not follow along. Like I said, this would not be a trade that I would take. I'm bullish on gold, but this is kind of like a experiment that we're doing here in the chat where we're going to be trading. I'm going to be trading, and you're going to be voting on the trades. But this is not good trading, so you should not be following this. Okay, so let me see why. I'm just going to share a quickly share your screen, Anastasia, because I have to
Of course.
find some things here in Euro USD.
Was looking at the Euro USD earlier, and I'm looking at this zone here for a buy. So I'm potentially, also bearish right now for Euro. However, the only thing that is bothering me is that we are kind of at the same lows as the lows of this range. So it's a 50-50. I'm feeling more confident with this buy here when the price gets back to the range that was created last week. And then using this range is one of the targets towards for the price to reach it. So from here to here, that's going to be approximately, what is it, like 85 ticks, something. So 40 pips, plus minus. So this is my view currently on Euro. But I saw that Elias was saying in the comment that he's bearish already for like an hour, selling Euro, if I'm not mistaken. It depends. I do analysis on the futures. I trade both futures and forex and CFDs. So, but I rely my analysis on the futures market because I get the data like the footprint, for example, like this, and it's impossible to get it in the forex CFD market. So I rely my analysis purely on futures, and I trade both.
Okay, so I have Euro USD here. Let me see if I can pull that up. I like. So what are we thinking on Euro USD here? Are we thinking perhaps we want to go short or long? Okay, so we got Euro USD here. Let me do another poll, just like the one we did before. Should we go long or short Euro USD? Okay, so go into the comment section. I'm gonna put a timer on for 2 minutes here on my phone. Okay, so we got 2 minutes, and you can just go in and vote on the poll that we have in the comment section right now. I might be a little bit more active in the the analysis here for Euro USD. So this is, we're actually going to go 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, that's also a bullish candle. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So on the MetaTrader here, we actually see 10 bullish candles, which is crazy. To think that 9 or 10 days in a row we've had the bullish price action on Euro USD. When I see something like that, I kind of start thinking about potentially looking at a mean reversion type of trade. But that's, basing it on the daily, which means we can still move quite a lot up and down on an intraday basis. So looking at the 1 hour, what I see here is support. We're hitting support, and then we have another support below. So 2 levels of interest. We got one support around this level. And then if we lose that level, we have the next level below being around that level. So right now, looking at Euro USD, I would say that as an intraday trade, I would probably be bullish. I like what I'm seeing here. I like the fact that we're hitting that support. Maybe the entry would be a little bit too late. Okay, so we got the timer. Let's go to look at the poll. Okay, 55%. And make sure also that you do hit that like while you're looking at the polls in the comment section. And as soon as we get to 250 likes, I'm going to be releasing a giveaway link, and we're going to be drawing the.
And we lost him again. Did we lose him? I think we did.
Am I back?
Yeah, you're back now. Now you're back.
Yeah, I don't know what's happening here. It's the connection again. Okay, so what was saying? Yeah, okay. So at 250 likes, we're going to be releasing that giveaway link, and we're going to be doing we're going to be drawing the winners in tomorrow's live stream. So right now we do have 400 viewers. We got 200 likes. So just 50 likes more. I'm going to be sending out that giveaway link. Okay, so we're going to be going long. We're going to be going long on your USD. Next question will then, of course, be, are we going to use limit orders or market? So you can go into the poll, and while you're there, make sure that you do hit that like. So now we're going to do a market order or a limit order. So make sure you go in and vote on that one. I'm going to do 2 minutes on that one. So it seems like right now, most of you are choosing market. So you want to go long at market. I think, yeah, I'm not going to say anything. Let's see where we get on this.
Yeah, I'm very curious about that. Seems like the question was right. How fast are you gonna lose that account?
Yeah.
At least so far, it's that's how it's working.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to be ending the poll here, and 55% says market. Okay, now where are we going to place the stop loss? Okay, let's see. Do we have any? Okay, we got two levels here. Now let's put one below here and then one here. So level 1 is this one right below the current candles, and then level 2 is the one. So just go into the comment section, and then I want you guys to vote for so I got level 1 and level 2. I'm not going to put in the exact prices, but I got level 1 and level 2. We're going to do 2 minutes on that one as well. So level 1 is right below here, and then level 2 is right below here. And then I'm thinking for a TP, probably, yeah, we'll see. Okay, it's level 2. Right now, it seems like most of you are, okay, so level 2 is like 90%. So I'm just going to go with level 2. So that's 17.59, 17.595. 1%. Okay. So I am now long here. Now, where are we going to place that? Where are we going to place the take profit? I'm going to give you a couple of options. First one is going to be on that level. Second one here. And then third one here. Okay, so go into the comment section once again and select the TP. So we're going to do level 1, level 2, or level 3. Just to make it a little bit more simpler. Okay, so we're going to put a timer on 2 minutes. If I do see that there's one level that is like by far the highest one in percentage, then we're obviously going to go with that one. Right now, it seems like most of you are choosing. Okay, so we got level 1 leading at this point. That's a 1-to-1 risk to reward.
Tony, it's not available on TradingView. Well, I mean, it is. The footprint on TradingView was introduced like 2 months ago, I think. but I really do not recommend you using that. It's incorrect. Like the data inside of the candle is incorrect. So you will pay like, I don't know, $50-$60 per month for this, and it's not going to be worth it. I'd say try their platforms which are specifically for futures trading, so they can provide you the data inside of the candle and the correct measurements of all the asks and bids.
Okay, so we're quite close. We got 43%, about 43% on level 2. Let's make sure that we get about 100 votes on this one. So make sure that you guys go into the comment section. If you're watching this on Twitter or if you're watching this on X, make sure that you go over to YouTube and go into the comment section and check that one. And hit the like while you are in the comment section. We're almost at 250 likes, and when we do hit 250 likes, we are going to do we're not going to do the giveaway, but I'm going to give the link to the giveaway, so you can go in and register for the giveaway that we're going to be doing tomorrow as a celebration of hitting 75K on the channel. We're getting close to 77K, I believe. So we're really gaining subscribers quite quickly.
Yeah, and all of you who are watching on Twitter, please go to the YouTube channel, subscribe, hit the like button, because this is where all the giveaways and fun stuff are happening. You're going to be notified every time we are going live. And as soon as we hit the next milestone with subscribers, it's going to be the next huge giveaway. So if you're watching on Twitter, please make sure to join us on the YouTubes as well.
Okay, so we have the results are very close here. So we have level 1, which is this one right here, 39%. And then we got level 2 right here at 41%. So we got the level 2 winning. So this is the trade that we're looking at right now. And now to the other question. Let's see. Trailing stop or set and forget. And also, guys, let me know in the comments if you know what set and forget is, or if you want me to explain that. Okay, so we got 2 minutes on that one as well. Set and forget or trailing stop. It's going to be very interesting. Let's see. We get a question as well. While we wait for people to go into the comment section and vote for that, and also hit the like to make sure that we do hit that 250 likes so we can initiate the giveaway here today. We have an interesting comment here saying that I passed my 5ers 100K high stakes account in just 6 days. First of all, that's it's amazing. That's quick, and maybe a little bit too quick. And then after getting funded and making $4,000 profit just before 3 days to pay out, I hit my daily loss limit. That was the most frustrating moment of my life. Okay, so if I understand this correctly, he lost it all.
Yeah.
3 days before payout.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sucks. That's a lot of money.
Yeah.
So I think there's probably some level of greed here. You know, you're probably trading well. You're probably risking a little bit too much, and you're on a winning streak. You see you're making a lot of money, and you start thinking about the money. You start thinking about the payouts, and maybe you start thinking about the payouts a little bit too much, and you're kind of thinking ahead a little bit in the future, like what can I buy with this money? What can I do with this money? What if I get 2,000 more? You know, what if I get 3,000 more? And then you start thinking about that, and you forget about the trading. You forget about what you're actually doing in the markets, and forget about your system, and forget about following your system, because now you're just thinking about making more money, so that when the day comes where you can get the payout, you'll be getting as much as possible. But yeah, I think that's it's a typical problem when you start thinking about the P&L, you know, and you forget about the system. And I think it's really difficult, but also very important to detach yourself from the P&L and just focus on the process. But also, if you're 3 days away from a payout and you're up 4K, then just wait. Just wait.
Yeah, but it's very tricky, especially the amount of money starts playing games with your mind, because usually a $4,000 profit for a lot of traders who are getting this payout, who are getting close to this payout for the first time, the program switches in your brain that this amount of money can fix all your problems. You start feeling like this one payout is going to be a game changer for you, and your whole life is going to suddenly turn 180 degrees. And you start holding on to this payout and becoming greedier and greedier to get more when this day comes, and try to take one more trade, one more setup, a little bit higher risk. And it becomes even more difficult if you start hitting stop losses. Then you were up $4,000 and now suddenly you are up 2,000, and it feels even worse. It feels like, why didn't I just stop and hold this $4,000 until the payout? And you start feeling FOMO for the money that you supposedly had, which in reality you didn't, right? It's not your money until you withdraw it. This is a rule of the market. It's not your money until you hit the withdraw button and it comes into your bank account. It's the money of the market until it's in your trading account. But we feel like it's our money. And if you start losing it, and if you're 4,000 and now you're 2,000 profit, you started thinking about how much could you do in your life with this extra $2,000. For a lot of people, it's a big deal for the first payout. And then it becomes even worse, because you are not only trying to make money now, you're trying to return the money that you've lost, feeling like the market owns it to you. And then it's even easier to get into this roller coaster of emotions, and almost 99% guarantee that you're going to lose another 2K as well that is left. So it's a very tricky, and I think the easiest way to not get in this situation is to actually put a limit on it and realize that you are not going to get your 180-degree life change from one payout in the funded account. You should be sick and tired of losing it and getting all the way back to the beginning and starting all the way again. And I think the priority should be realizing that no matter what, you shouldn't lose the funded account. Not making money, but do not lose it, because you're going to spend more time and more money starting from zero again, trying to pass it, making X amount of percentage just to get to the funded again, and then more to be able to withdraw it. So the priority, I think, should be shifted towards the effort and time that you are putting in to get where you are. And someone said, place a 3% daily loss limit on your funded account. I think 3% is a lot. Make sure that you can survive like 2-3 weeks of loose streaks with your funded account and still not lose it. So I think the percentage of the risk that you take on the funded account per trade should be ridiculously low.
Yeah.
Seriously, that's my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about this a lot. I mean, we've had we had the Master Risk event where we talked about risk management, and I think the most important webinar from that is Victor's webinar when he talked about fractional risk. And it's just a very good way of managing your funded account, because if you have a profitable system, then you will never lose the account with that risk management strategy. So make sure that you go to our channel. We're in the process of uploading that video, and we're going to be adding it to a playlist, and you're going to be finding it out on our YouTube channel. So make sure you go into that YouTube channel, check that one out. It's basically what it is you look at your max drawdown of your system. So first of all, you need to know your system, and you need to know the max drawdown of your system, which is you find that out by back testing and then looking at the live trading results as well. And then you add a little bit to that. So let's say you have a max drawdown of 10R. Or to make it simple, if you're risking 1% per trade, you have a max drawdown of 10%. Now, if your max drawdown on your account is 10%, and obviously if you're risking 1%, then you're going to lose that account. Eventually, you will lose that account. So you'll have to lower risk to a comfortable level where you're never going to lose the account. So what you can do is you can look at your max risk. Let's say it's a max drawdown is minus 10R. Increase that to 15R or even 20. And then you risk per trade the amount that will keep your account funded even if you go into a 20R drawdown. And it's dynamic. But go look at that webinar. It's a really, really good webinar. And if you follow that strategy and if you have a profitable system, you will not lose your account. But it's important to realize that if you don't have a profitable system, you're going to lose the account anyway, no matter what risk management strategy you're using. So we had a lot of questions on the set and forget approach. A lot of people asked me to explain the set and forget approach. Now, the set and forget approach is it's very simple. It's basically you have your trading idea. So we can go and look at the EUR/USD trade here that I have. Now imagine that you've entered this trade based on your strategy, and the set and forget approach is basically that after you've entered the trade, you're not going to touch the trade. The stop loss and the TP are at a level for a reason, and to you, if you're kind of like, if you don't know if you should use a set and forget approach or if you should be managing your trades, this is all found out in your system development phase and your backtesting phase, and looking through your journal to see if your risk, if your trade management is actually effective or not. If you do not have an effective risk trade management, then you're probably better off just with the set and forget approach. And one of the best things with the set and forget approach is you remove all the emotional bias that you have for being in a trade. So before you enter a trade, you might have a very good idea, but then we all know that once you're in the trade, it's very easy to make decisions based on the movement of what the market is doing. And then you're looking at the unrealized profit and loss, and you might see that you're in a loss and that's going to affect you in a certain way. And you might take trade management decisions based on emotions. And that's one of the biggest reasons why for a lot of people set and forget is good, because you remove the emotional bias that you might have for being in trade. But it's not, I don't think it's the best way of trading. The best way is definitely to be able to trade without emotions and manage to trade without emotions. But that's, of course, very, very difficult. Okay, so we did hit 250 likes. So I'm going to go in and I'm going to be getting the giveaway link, and I will be adding that to the comment section. So make sure that you go into the comment section, and if you haven't already, make sure that you like and subscribe to the channel. We do have no, you still have Vinicius. You still have you're still number one. Looks like you're still number one. Actually, you're actually, you get the same experience as Nora, so you're both sharing the top space right now. Okay, so I'm going to be adding the link to the giveaway in the pinned comment. So make sure that you go in the comment section on YouTube and check that one out. Okay, so we have two trades today. We can call them community trades because it was entered based on what the comment section wanted to trade. You've decided that we were going to do a market buy order on EURUSD with these take profit levels and stop loss levels, and same with gold. Right now, it's not looking good. Not looking good for the 5ers community. Gotta step it up. Gotta do better. Remember, we got Saul coming on later in the live stream as well for some live scalping. You definitely do not want to miss that. He is very good at trading the forex market on the lower time frames. You definitely want to be tuning in later in the live stream for that. It's going to be a great session. It's always a very, very good session with Saul. A lot to learn from that. And then we're going to be having, believe we should be having the ABL gang coming in here as well. We got Mike and LJ coming in a little bit later in the, well, not later. It should be right now.
Yeah, they should be here right now. I was just about to say. I'm looking at the safe sell for EURUSD right now as well. So you're still in a sell, right? You're in a sell for euro and you're in a sell for gold.
No, I'm sell gold and I'm long euro.
You are long EURUSD. Oh, okay. I'm planning to sell EURUSD now.
Well, let me look at the setup. Maybe you can share your screen.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me share this one first. So this is a futures for euro, and this is 100%. Well, let's say the 99.9% correlated chart to the EURUSD, right? And then I'm going to show the EURUSD. So we have a huge volume block right here. We see that the price has rejected it. So we have a long week to the upside right here. So the price has reached the level of the previous volume, the high volume node, and the price is right now reacting towards it. We had several cluster volumes here and here, quite a big ones also on the bottom of the consolidation. And the price is now reacting to this. I'm waiting for the price to drop at literally from the current level towards at least 179.80. So here or the mid of this consolidation. So this is futures. And if you look at the EURUSD chart, let's go to EURUSD. It's going to look exactly identical. So we have, this is the volume that I was just speaking about. This is the week that is rejecting this volume here. So we have a couple of cluster volumes on the futures chart here and another one right here. So those two cluster volumes, and for the current level from this high volume node, I'm expecting the drop down. So towards this consolidation, that's a main goal. This is the zone. And now eventually, maybe just at the top here. So that's another, this is another level that I'm looking as a goal for the EURUSD. So this is one. Oops. Sorry, 1 second. Not what I was trying to do. So this is the first goal. So approximately 385. And then the next one is right here, 265. That's my current analysis for EURUSD. So I'm counting for a drop of approximately, I don't know, 35, 40, 45 pips.
All right. Yeah, I like that. That's I don't see it I don't see that support broken yet, but I do think that if we get some momentum to the downside, I do think that's a good move. Okay, we got LJ and Mike in the background. Feel free to I don't know if you can add yourself, if that's possible. All right, there we go. What's up, Mike?
I wouldn't want to unglue your hand from your head to add us, for us. So
I got two hands, I got two hands. I'm not sure if you're aware that we humans, we got two hands. I can do things with this other hand as well.
I don't know what you're doing with the other one, my friend. So it's off scene. So
Well, it's here. How's it going out there? How are you today?
Going well, going well. Busy. I'm loaded up on caffeine today.
Nice.
Been up all hours, so
Good.
had 2 monsters and a scoop of pre-workout.
All
I
right.
feel like I need
Good.
some.
Good stuff. Good stuff. I like that. Feel free to, we like caffeine here. We like caffeine. Definitely. Mike seems like he needs a cup or two.
I always need a cup or two.
Tea.
Jonatan, this is 0 on the 5 minute on the footprint, and the volumes are showing that it's going to go down. This we have a huge volume accumulation here. It did reject slightly, but I think we are quite good for the start of the drop now. So it seems like
Okay.
you're getting a stop loss on your new account today.
Yeah, definitely. I'm probably gonna get a stop loss on that one. But then again, it's not me trading this. This is the community. This is the comment section. And
You blame
apparently this community of the 5ers is just full of terrible traders, And so better, do better. You can do better. Tomorrow maybe we'll have a winning trade. I don't know. But I think this would be most likely. This is a journey of how quickly can we, lose the account. How quickly can we lose this? But guys, I'm gonna jump off, and we will. Mike and LJ will be back with. What are you gonna do today? What are you gonna do? Like, what are you doing during your
We're
sessions?
shorting euro. Shorting euro.
Okay.
Shorting
Yeah.
euro
Yeah.
and shorting gold.
Of course.
Alright.
Of course you
Well,
are.
I am short gold, but I'm long euro. Gold is gonna take up my stop loss though. Euro, I'm not so sure about the euro though. Like maybe I don't know. I'm rooting for I don't know.
Rooting for
I
you
don't
don't know.
Okay, that was clear.
Never heard of that asset. That's
Huh?
Sounds like Jonatan needs some caffeine.
Yeah. Lots of it, preferably.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I need sun. It's raining outside. I need some
Oh.
sun in my life.
Tragic.
Weren't you just on the vacation, or did you spend your vacation in Sweden?
In Sweden, we have we get a place that we usually go to during the summers. The west coast of Sweden. Like I grew like it's a place where I grew up, and then we kind of go back to that place. It's a beautiful place.
nice. All right, I'm present. I'm done doing what I was doing. Hi. Hey guys.
Hey guys.
Okay.
Good to
I think
be back,
What is
LJ.
Great
going
start,
on?
great
What is
start.
going on
Yeah.
today? This is like this is the most disorganized, chaotic transition I think we've ever done.
But I don't like doing the transitions, like because you're like waiting in the background, and then it's like we just disappear, and then you come on, and there's no communication. There's no like how are you, welcome, what's up, how's it going, things like that. I like you're a very unsocial person, Mike. You just want to get rid of us as quickly as possible. I don't like that. I feel like we're missing out on a lot of quality time together.
Do you know what, Jonatan? I'm constantly asking to meet up with you, and you're just too busy. So what can I say?
Well, here I am.
Maybe
I know, man.
I want to have private
All right.
conversations with Jonatan.
Okay, I'm gonna leave. Do your little transition.
See you later, guys.
All right, take care.
Ciao. Hello. We are back.
We are back.
and
back
organized.
to some resemblance of organization. But hey ho. How is everybody doing? Hope you are all well. We got Brian in from Argentina. Good to see you, Brian. We got GT. Who else we got? We got David. We got Born in 2964. Glad to see that. Hamed's back. Hamed, where you been, my man? Haven't seen you in a while. Hope you are good, my friend. And Kuba is saying, now sell, bro. Sell what? No idea what you're selling, but I'm not sure if I'm buying. Victor, we are well. Victor, is that our Victor? Or is that another Victor? I don't know. I'm curious.
I don't know.
We got Pippopotamus. Pippopotamus.com has now been secured, Pippo, just so you know.
Yeah.
So if you're interested, hit me up in the DMs and let me know. Victor's saying sell everything. whatever you want, guys, I'll sell it to you. No problem at all. No problem at all. Louis is new to this trading channel. Welcome, Louis. For those of you who are new to the channel, welcome. This is the 5ers live stream, and this is the special segment where myself and LJ from the AlphaBeta Lab take over on a daily basis to bring some law and order and structure to things, and then fail miserably. If you don't know what the AlphaBeta Lab is, then make sure you check the link down in the scrolling message along the bottom. It is completely for free, and it is the only free education community that is by traders for traders. So yeah, make sure you check us out if you haven't already done so. Nora, hello again. Good to see you, Nora. Nora, are you still number one? I haven't seen.
Lost my crown. I'm off the leaderboard now. Terrible.
Yeah, exactly. Who else we got? We got Simple Tech as well. We've got a very, very deep and meaningful comment here. Hang on, I just want to make sure it's not in reply to something. Most of the people says that trading is delay gratification, and I show some people getting results consistently within 6 months to 1 year. What is your opinion on trading as a delayed gratification?
I guess I think anything. When you're trying to build anything, really, there's going to be a level of delayed gratification and sacrifice, that kind of thing. The same way you're building a business, that kind of stuff. You're going to have to put in a lot of resources, a lot of time, a lot of effort, and that's going to have to be sort of reinvested. So from that aspect, I think trading is very much that. And I think that's a good way to approach it, to take that sort of steady, longer-ish term view, much like a business. Not trying to juice the thing out of nowhere, because that's not running a business, right? You're just gambling then. So capacity for delayed gratification is a very beneficial trait, put it that way.
I think for me it's a question of being committed to it and putting yourself all in. And not just doing it half-heartedly, but doing it properly. Otherwise, it's a road to ruin. So if you're going to do it properly, treat it like a job, and give it your all. And then, yeah, absolutely, it can be delayed gratification for it. GT says, almost clapped my phase 1 evaluation account last week. The gold and US 30 buys this week saved me, lads. Close call. Glad to hear it, GT. Glad to hear it, my friend. Yeah, gold is... we were looking at gold earlier, weren't we? Still looking for sells, but it seems as though we might be still pulling back up a bit more first before those come in. Looking at the 5 hour, this looks like a nice area to maybe wait for us to come into before the sells really kick in. You can see this nice engulfing candle that wasn't respected, so it might be that we wait for that to be tested before the sells come in. There is this area here which comes from this little wick down here, but it looks like that isn't going to be as valuable as the other. So keep an eye on that, guys. I know a lot of people are looking for shorts on gold, but I think we are going to see a little bit of a higher price first before we then head lower. But what are you looking at, LJ, since we last spoke this morning?
Looking at shorting euro. It was long dollar yen earlier. We sort of paused out with that, so I jumped out of there. I'm still short the euro. As far as gold, just like you were saying, these were our kind of boxes from yesterday as well as potential sell area. Whether we stalled out through here or we came up to this higher section. Last night we punched a little bit beyond there. Today we've pulled back into that this kind of cluster zone and sat just a bit lower. Came back up. I don't really like the positioning currently for gold, personally, as far as long or short side. I just feel like as far as today, at least for myself, I'm not seeing it as very ideal. I think it's a bit more of a bit of a coin toss kind of a trade setup today as far as gold goes. But looking at the euro, 1 hour time frame, if we drop down to say the 15 from here, this is basically what I'm looking at. We had this kind of short-term channel that was established here just earlier last week, and then obviously we've run up and sort of broken through that early through this week and pulled back in, sort of tested the top side of it, and now seem to be wandering off. So I'm looking at shorts for the euro, which coincides with this is my lovely, wonderful Picasso drawings once again, all over here, dollar index. But earlier last week, I was looking at this section up through here, this sort of trading range that we were netting out with the slightly lower highs. We formed a pretty good base there, and looking to see if we got that break, pull back lower, which we did, and then some kind of pause point through there and to move back up. Since then, we've come back into the underside of there, and we've just tested it once again. So ultimately, my suspicion from here is that we do break higher, somewhere up to this 97.28 level, at least per this dollar index. If you guys are looking at another index, the numbers might be a little bit different, but a bit more upside for the dollar near term before sort of chopping around in this, forming this kind of wedge channel, descending wedge channel coming through here, and then somewhat pulling back down to see new lows for the dollar after that. So in the meantime, I think we've got a little bit of upside dollar strength right now. So yeah, similar deal, dollar yen. I think probably would optimally look to short from up here. That said, dollar yen has very strong preference right now to be sold pretty rapidly on any kind of rallies or retracements. But yeah.
Just picking up this comment from Nora. Nora, I know you got to go soon. But if you don't have access to Discord, there should be a link in your dashboard hub, as I think a few people have mentioned. If you've got an active 5ers account, then down the bottom left-hand corner of the hub, you will see a Discord link. If you don't, feel free to contact me on AlphaBeta Lab, and I'll try and see if I can get the guys in the Discord server to try and figure out why. Okay, but there should be a link at the bottom left-hand corner of the hub. Bottom left-hand corner, there's like a little icon for Discord. As long as you've got an active 5ers account, then you should be able to access it. If not, please let us know, because it might be impacting other people as well. I see Pippopotamus is saying the same thing. Yeah. Let me know. Let me know, Nora. If it's disabled, then that's peculiar, because I'm pretty sure you've got an active 5ers account, haven't you? If not, then something seems to have gone amiss. So let us know, and we'll get that sorted for you. LJ, what do you think then? I'm not gonna show it, but I am going to ask about the strength scores, because they're suggesting that yesterday CAD JPY might have had a bit of a divergence. So I'm curious if CAD JPY.
Okay.
If you opened up CAD JPY and tell me what you think. Just curious if we're going to find an opportunity. Just humor me.
You've already gone and looked at this, haven't you? You're setting me up right here.
No, not at all. I haven't looked at all.
Well, I mean, CAD JPY looks pretty similar to dollar yen. Yeah.
And we're looking at dollar yen as potential trade opportunity as well. Just saying.
Yeah.
Might have more might have more movement than dollar yen. I'm just saying. So
out of here, Mike. Out of here, Mike. I'm not. You're not baiting me. Not baiting me. Get out of here with the strength score.
We do have CAD manufacturing PMI today. You know, it's not high impact or anything, but you never know. It might do something. It might do something. M76 wants to know if you find that Bollinger Bands really work.
Yeah, so Bollinger Bands are somewhat more of a guideline, right? It's not about whether they work or don't work, etc. They're more of a guideline type piece. Because let's go to a slightly cleaner chart. So all it really is like it gives you an easy visual representation immediately that you can see off the bat of relative price action for this certain period. So it's much like using it sort of like an ATR. So obviously you got two standard div on either side if you're just using the standard Bollinger type settings with a 20 moving average through the center. Right. So generally, if you understand, your sigmas, the two standard divs are right out to the edge of the curve. So through a certain time period, basically it's extremely, extremely unlikely for price to move beyond that. Now, obviously, you look at this and you can see they get run all the time, don't they? Right, Bollinger Bands. That's because depending what time frame you're looking at, if volatility increases, they're going to be expanding. But you go to like an hourly and you can see it's entirely possible that you run down to the extension on an hourly time frame. So they're just a good way to sort of immediately visualize ATR within the recent price activity, and particularly when you're flicking through multiple timeframes and across multiple assets. So it can just be something that sort of reduces your total tinkering / tedious activities of having to manually go and check all these things and write down the numbers or memorize them, etc. Just a good visual guideline, but they're not like a fixed thing or something like that. So,
one person that does use Bollinger Bands, uses Bollinger Bands, MACD, and RSI is Gary Langley, aka Scruffy Trader, and he uses it in his bias analysis, and it works quite well to help kind of establish a bias and understand when a trade might be suitable or not. Atish, all indicators are lagging. Yes, they are lagging, but that doesn't mean that they can't give you edge. As long as you back test it and look it through, there are endless indicators out there, but that doesn't mean that they can't give you added confluence or added confidence into what your trade positions might be. So there's nothing wrong with indicators being lagging, because what else would they indicate other than past price?
They're based on past data, so by definition they're going to be lagging. The point is to then find the extremes of them, and I mean, again, you can just look through all the past data that is represented on the indicator, and you go, okay, price doesn't stay in that lower band forever, does it? So you can then get a forward leading signal from that, knowing that price at some point the indicator will come out of that. So, and then typically that's from price shifting, because that is then going to be based on the new old data, right?
Exactly. That goes to my point about the strength scores. The more extreme the strength and the more extreme the weakness. Just saying. Oh, here we go. Here he pops in. I thought he was busy. Honestly, here he is. Let's see. What's he got? He's going, Not all indicators lagging. All right, okay, Jonathan. Let us know which indicators are not lagging. But if they're based on past price action, then they're lagging by definition, right? So divergence is leading.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Just what Jonathan said. And there's other sort of indicators that you can use that are current or based on price, old price data, but they lead to forward outcomes. So it depends on what type of thing it is that front runs or doesn't. It's the same with macro data that comes out. There's some data releases that are very lagging and others that are very real time. And so hence, when you're trying to build out that framework, for instance, use the combination of the two to then build the overall picture, right? So you've got the ocean, the grass, the trees, and the sky. And then once you put them all together, you get a picture and can know what's going on.
Lack says his eyes are not lagging. I tell you, like, my eyes are lagging terribly. After another disturbed night's sleep from my 5-year-old, my eyes are definitely lagging. But yeah, and even when he's not here, he's here, guys. So careful what you're saying out there, because Jonathan's always watching. LJ, are you saying USD JPY is going down? Is asking. 29.44. We've already discussed this. You're from the future. You know what it's going to do. We're just waiting for you to tell us. When you tell us, then we can all win. So
overall structurally, yeah, dollar yen down. Huge propensity to sell the dollar at the moment. We've got more and more bits and pieces stacking up as reasons to sell the dollar beyond just the narratives we've had over the past, 2-3 months now. We covered some of that in macro fundamental podcast with Dirk that we had earlier today in ABL, Beyond the Ticker. So for any of you guys, a few of you that were there, you would have heard this stuff. But I do still have some of these pieces open that I can touch on a little bit later to run through some of this stuff as to where we're going.
We want them to go to ABL and check it out there.
Hey,
Don't
yeah,
do it here.
We're
not giving free content to Jonathan. Not giving free content to Jonathan. Guys, you want the secret sauce from LJ and Dirk? You got to go over to the AlphaBeta Lab. That's the only way to get this stuff. We're not giving that for free here.
Fair enough. All right, you
only at the AlphaBeta Lab.
Watch the recorded version from earlier today. So
yeah, exactly.
Some good pieces in there.
Beyond the Ticker, guys. It's our bi-weekly fundamentals live podcast with LJ and Dirk. So make sure you check it out. The recording is already there, available in the AlphaBeta Lab. So make sure you check that out. Just catching up on chat. Le Saint, I'm not sure what giveaway link you're talking about, but Jonathan's in the chat. So Jonathan, if you could just help Le Saint, please, that'd be great. And what else we got happening? Alex V, not sure what you're referring to. Low split and high prices. Don't really get what you're talking about here. 5ers is deemed as one of the top prop firms. So they do what they do. Other prop firms do what they do. It's if other prop firms think that's the way, then let them do it. But 5ers does their own way and always has and always will. So
I can't say
very, very successful from it, I would say.
75, 80, 85%, 90%. Some, at certain levels you go up to 100%. I don't know how that can be a low split. That's more than the lion's share, right? So I don't know about that, but.
Oh no! Here we go. He's now finally discovered this XP thing. He's given up on his camera and he's now just going to spam the chat. God help us! God help us!
Time him out. Time him out for 24 hours.
Just like the other time him out, I've got to go and log in and do all sorts of craziness. I can't be bothered. Just Riot TV. Just Riot. We are live every Monday to Thursday from 9:30 UK time. Until 2:00 UK time, every Monday to Thursday. So yeah, make sure you come and join the live stream. Hit that like, hit that subscribe, hit that little bell so you get notified every single time. You'll know when we're going live. Nora, my TP's got hit. Need to go to do other things for a while. See you later, Nora. Congratulations. Lovely to see you. and lovely to hear that you got that TP as well. And yeah, my FX, it's MJFX. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with a bit of a laser show. Nothing wrong with a bit of a laser show. It works for LJ and works very well for LJ. So none of us are going to complain about that.
But yeah, overall, I will just say with dollar yen, basically looking for potentially a near-term rally through here. So somewhere back into this kind of level, and then come up. So hence, similar deal. How right now, I'm short euro, looking for a bit of dollar strength here, and then ideally some better levels in that kind of this top higher area to reshort dollar yen. That'll be kind of the test, and then potentially you could see all the way as far as 145, depending on how far dollar index also drives. Piece to remember, obviously tomorrow is non-farm payroll because of the 4th of July. So there will be some prior positioning, that sort of thing for that as well. There you go. Sorry, Mike.
No, that's all right. Samir was asking, how do you take trades using Bollinger Bands? What is your mindset behind it? I think those are two questions, really. Mindset behind it is personal to everyone, depending on whether you're swing trading or scalping or intraday. But taking trades using Bollinger Bands, I'm sure there is edge to it. Personally, I don't think sticking just to Bollinger Bands on their own is the way to go, though.
Yeah, no. So they're just like I was saying, they're another piece of the puzzle. You're not necessarily going to be taking trades off of Bollinger Bands. So if you understand price, once you get into the kind of 2 standard div to 3 standard div zone, you are tending to get quite oversold. Currencies in particular are very much like a mean reverting type asset because you've got a dual asset on both sides per the ticker, right? Unlike some other things, can be like stocks. They're just a single asset and they're moving to one direction given the one single asset, right? So they can go to a certain level and then never look back, obviously. Currencies are on both sides, so there's always a give and take, and they basically move on a relative basis to each other per the dual economies that you're comparing. So they tend to come back and forth. So what Bollinger Bands help, what I have on here, just by the way, this is just my trading view. Normally, I don't actually use this doing all my analysis and stuff. We just have it on stream.
His charts are much worse, guys. Trust me, they're much worse. He's got even more indicators.
I've got like 3. I've got 2 broker platforms, personal broker platforms. Then I've got a few things on my MetaTrader, and then I also use CTrader. So I use a combination of all these with various bits and pieces and levels and that sort of stuff on. On my trading view here, which is just what I throw up for you guys to make it simple. I've also only got the free version as well, so I only got like 1 or 2 indicators on here.
LJ only started using TradingView when we insisted on him having something to share on screen. He's been trading for 13 years, and only now has he started using TradingView. So
I've never used it before. But the idea would be, if you go to a higher time frame, they become more reliable with Bollinger Bands. And the way to do it would be to line up something where you've also got another confluence, whether it's some kind of support resistance, something like that, that then seeing the overextension or reaching the limit of the Bollinger Bands it can just add to the picture and give you more confidence. An example of that on this chart right here would be down here, right? You can see we've overshot the Bollinger Bands. We've got prior support level here. And the same with this first level, like we made that low. Then we come down to the edge of the Bollinger Bands again, tested that again. So you've got kind of a double bottom. And this guy was also outside the bands just there. So it's indicating to you that you're kind of at a relative extension of price. And unless there's some other kind of significant driver that would drive price beyond that, say you've got like a very large macro fundamental shift, whether it be data, Trump headlines, something extreme, probability wise says that the next move is likely back towards the center of the Bollinger Band. So that's sort of how you would want to use it, is lining it up with some other indicators, that sort of thing. Just like we formed this sort of trend line through here, center of price, look for a move back here again, etc., etc. But yeah, they're a complementary tool to other bits of analysis, not an entire thing within themselves generally. So,
just having a look at comments here. Adding every indicators that looks technically complicated, you can't understand it, just so it looks like I'm trading professionally. Yeah, we've all been there. And anyone who says they haven't is lying. Can I long gold here, please? Of course you can, Jonatan. If that is your wish, then be my guest. Of course you can long gold here.
Not a signal service, Jonathan. What are you talking about?
Exactly. Personally, I wouldn't necessarily long it entirely here, but that's just my personal view on gold at the moment. We are in an interesting area for sells, I think, on gold right now, as LJ has marked out on his chart himself. So,
and an example of the Bollinger Band stuff, you can see where sort of prices reach certain limits. The thing is always to watch for these kind of moves where you get the bands being pushed. But then it's typically, you go up to like a higher time frame, and you can see, if you looked at the 4 hour, then that drive higher, even though it was running and pushing the bands out on the 1 hour, still completely within expectation. And then you can see you actually reach the top of it there on the 4 hour, and then we pulled back inside. So they're good for a multi-time frame kind of analysis as well. Gold, if you're taking a bit of a scalp, I could see it dropping back a little. But yeah, like I said, today I'm not too favorable on gold as a whole. So
I don't want to ignore him any further, because I know he's asked it several times very patiently. Hamid asking about he was asking about the divergence between Dow and NAS yesterday. That I think NAS dropped and the Dow gained, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah.
So I guess, like, obviously the Dow is going to be the 30 companies in there. The NAS has got your other 100. NAS obviously being majoritively tech companies. Dow having a bit more blue chip-esque type stocks. So obviously the divergence there is just a slight differential between what individual stocks are actually better to pick up, because ultimately the index is made up of the individual stocks. The NASDAQ over the past 2 decades has had outperformance in general over the S&P, Dow, everything. And particularly where we are now, from the funds side of things, mutual funds, hedge funds, pensions, all that kind of stuff, are a little bit underweight the big tech players per where they should be. A lot of them sort of missed out a bit of this huge V-shaped recovery that we've had since the Trump tariff tantrum, kerfuffle, whatever you want to call it. So there is more of a lean jumping into those stocks, and then obviously, quite frankly, that's where all the future is in these major tech stocks versus a lot of the older blue chip kind of stocks in the Dow. They grow nicely, they grow gradually, but they're not growth stocks really. So when you get to these periods, that sort of way.
Adrian, we leave the comments on the screen so that people know the context of why we're talking about a particular topic. Unfortunately, we don't have control over the size of them because that is limitation of the platform that we're using. But thank you for the feedback. We'll take that on board. But if LJ is talking about a particular asset, then people who are joining, we want them to understand why we're talking about a particular topic. Gabriel is asking, have to go soon, would really appreciate some thoughts on pound JPY. Love the stream. Thank you, Gabriel. Compliments will always get you very far. Pound JPY, LJ?
Yeah, so pound yen, slightly similar boat to the other yen crosses to a degree. So they're being very heavily, all the yen crosses are very heavily just having quite a binary daily activity based on those individual components. So we've seen pound yen run up, AUD yen, euro yen, dollar yen slightly, but a little bit lagging compared to the rest because of that dollar component, which is everyone's very willing to sell at the minute. I think these were clearly some areas had marked out prior. I think that's when we were talking about pound yen last time for a potential, pull back into here, retest, and then move back higher. As we can see, this structure through here recently, it's somewhat reminiscent of a bit of the pound dollar movement that we've had as well. So if we go now to a bit of a lower time frame, because we're up at the 4 hour, we'll drop down to 1 hour first. We're kind of stuck in the middle. It's lagging a little bit per the run high that like we're seeing in the dollar yen. That's because pound has been significantly a bit weaker across the majors this past sort of week and a half after some of the data we had last week. So we're still seeing that flow through. What I'd be looking for is a little bit more upside just from where we've come to. It seems as though we've kind of built a relative floor. We've obviously got this kind of channel through here, like that, roughly drawn. So that's what you'd be looking for. Preferably, I'd probably either run long from here at spot. You've got a decent sort of stop area there, that or else wait for a break either side of the channel and then run with that kind of trade. But I think we do have a slight tilt to the upside, particularly just like we were saying with dollar yen. Mike brought up CAD yen as well per the strength scores. I think there should be a little bit more upside in the yen crosses before coming back off, at least near term. So as far as going long, one of the other yen pairs would probably be preferential overall versus dollar yen at the minute, because dollar yen has that very high propensity to sell off lately.
There you go.
DJ was saying, how long have I been using IC markets? I've been using IC markets now since I think 2014 or 15. So about 10 years, under 10 years. Quite good, very good execution, spreads, low commission, everything. They're definitely one of the best brokers for that stuff out there. Also really good if you're doing stuff like copy trading, that kind of stuff. For those reasons, because it is, like you said, a ECN broker. So
I'm just I'm having a look at gold right now, because I know a lot of people are asking about gold. So we previously had this engulfing candle back on Friday the 20th of June, and it wasn't respected. I mean, we've had some reactions from it, but it hasn't really maintained any great significant moves. And we haven't touched it since we sold off on Tuesday last week. So I'm just looking at it at the moment, and we've still got a little bit of a way to go. It's a question about whether we can break past this area here. But there is some higher level, high time frame liquidity up here that in theory could be targeted and then maybe see some sells. So just looking at this area, so 358.26 to 359.32 potential area for sells. As you said earlier, LJ, you might get a scalp selling where we are right now, but you're not going to go very far, I don't think, because we've already broken past all of this structure here, and it looks like we might be heading higher. So yeah, we'll see how that one plays out, but. Gold, as you said, not as clear today as one would like. usually. I was having a look at this as well earlier. Probably missed this on the 5 minute, but Euro GBP occasionally giving some interesting trades lately. Looking like we've got a lot of selling pressure coming in. If you look at it, we've had quite a long trend up. Potentially time for us to start to see some sells come in. If we take it out to the daily, we're talking about this leg here, this move down. It's come back, it's retested this area, potentially maybe starting to see some sells come in. So
yeah, I think Euro's definitely been outperforming the pound for a bit now this past while. We've also got further clarity on ECB rate path now. Probably one more rate cut left. The question is just how soon. I think Lagarde has commented this sort of July, August-ish type area is probably going to be too soon. So it's probably going to be back end of the year. So that's also given a little bit of a boost to the euro as far as that relative basis per the central bank rates outlook, because after that they'll basically be done cutting. So they will be the first major central bank to reach terminal rate. So then we've seen the boost from that, and then after that we'll see these things sort of level out. Today as well, we've got euro dollar down more than pound dollar on a percentage basis. Which if you just look at pound dollar lately, I mean, it's been getting killed. So now that pound dollar today has finally held up a little bit stronger than the euro, that then has the kick on to the extended cross currency complex with them.
Absolutely. I'm just having a look as well at what we've got in the chat. We've got a few comments about GU. I know this is something that we were looking at earlier. Let's just have a quick look. I think it was it today we were talking about? Or was it yesterday? I think there was a trade idea that I had somewhere here. There we go. We were talking about, I think somebody was saying about what they were taking on ABL. We've sold off from where we were this morning and still going lower, but we've now reached this little pocket of support in the wider move. So still very much within this range, I would say, kind of expanded out, and now we're stuck still within this area. So I'd be waiting to see us take this area here, this level, and maybe react from this wick. That might be a nice opportunity for buys. Not necessarily long term, but I think we might see at least a small kick up, maybe just into this area here, maybe for a nice scalp. Otherwise, I think we were both saying that we were expecting dollar to show some strength, so therefore we'd be expecting to see the GUs and the EUs drop back down a bit as a consequence of that. So yeah. We've got a few comments about USD JPY pumping and dumping. We all love your LJ Picasso drawings on USD JPY.
I'll jump over to that in a sec. I was just this is pound, just like you were talking about. So we had this kind of channel coming lower, broke out to the upside, come down, retested the top side of the channel again, and then here again today. So be looking at, we're forming this again, kind of a wedge thing here, potentially move up a little higher, then sell off and possibly back into the channel. We'll see. That's kind of what I'm seeing for the pound at the minute. That's assuming we do get some of that USD strength coming across. So as far as dollar yen, let's even go down to a 5 minute right now. So I had this little nice little run up earlier from today. We finally paused naturally, as we should have. Just a little bit of a breather. Finding some support in here. we've got a higher low, so it's still demonstrating that there is possibly a bit more upside here. See if we can build off, get above that prior high again, and then we might have that move up into this higher area that we had marked out at 144.70 to 80 or so. From that point, that's probably where you look for sells, somewhere up here. That's in that top cluster of price action up here as well. So that would be probably optimal target and shorting zone, with the first interim stop point being along here at about that 144.50 to 40 level that we had a bit of a wobble there before coming off. So yeah, today I think should get a little bit more height in it, which then lines up with the short euro, short pound type thing going on.
USD JPY.
Yeah, just ran that guy then. That's what I was talking about. Yeah. So yeah, not a bad shout to run sort of long here off this recent low that we've made, because you got a defined point. Like if we, we got the higher low here, so take a run higher, stop there. That'll invalidate your trade, and then that means we're moving back down to this lower section. So it's a pretty good sort of defined risk type thing.
G-Boss, I don't know where you're supposed to be if you're in the wrong place, but I hope you find wherever it is you're meant to be. Let us know if you find out where it is. The energy is so high, I'm getting excited. That's good.
If you're riding something like that, that's what you've got there is like it's about a 6-to-1 there. So if risk reward is the kind of thing you care about, some people do, some people don't. Depends how that leans into your strategy, etc. But not a bad shout.
Lolly lol 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 G-Boss. Lol. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, I think is the word we're looking for. Ideas on gold. We keep coming back to gold because we know how much you guys love it. But gold is not really ready to do anything right now. It has pulled back down. But if you look at it on the 15-minute, it kind of wicked at the top and now it's wicking at the bottom again. So gold is doing what gold always does, and it's trying to catch as many people out as possible. So yeah, watch out for that so you don't get caught out. And yes, we do have ADP in just under 50 minutes. So watch out for the ADP non-farm employment change, which is obviously no doubt going to shake things up as well today. So yeah, Boundless Pavli. Yes, people actually watch this. It's just mind-blowing, isn't it?
Crazy.
Crazy. Should we just take a second and just think about that for a second? Wow, that is remarkable, isn't it?
It's profound.
People do actually genuinely come and sit and listen to us talk about any old sort of rubbish. It's just crazy. Free Spirit, we literally just did the USD yen chart. We literally just did it. So if you go back, click on the little green dot and go back in the stream, you'll see it. So yeah. And we've got an impersonator here pretending to be me as a cat. Team long and take profit. London session. Hi. No idea what you're longing or anything like that, but great to see you.
That's feline Mike.
It's feline Mike, exactly. Head and shoulders short on the USD CAD. 1 hour just broke below the neckline. Do you want to pull up a USD CAD for us, LJ? See if you see anything there. On the 1 hour, was it 1 hour? Head and Shoulders.
Head and Shoulders. I don't know.
I'm not seeing that on the 1 hour.
Maybe means like this sort of smallerish one. I don't know if you can quite call that a head and shoulders like that. You know. Yeah,
maybe.
I assume that's what kind of looking at, but I probably drop. Yeah, I don't know if that's I don't know, substantive enough.
Yeah.
But to full call head and shoulders, because you'd have to go down to the lower time frame, and then you've got quite a few. I don't know, candles in here. It's not really strong. But.
The Jolly Storm. Is there a reason why you want us to look at an exotic pair like USD Norwegian Corona? Just I'm curious because it's not something that we can trade with the 5ers, so doesn't necessarily really make much sense. But I mean, if you want to, we can. Looks like a horrible chart. That looks like
we're very much through here.
Yeah. He says he's trading it. Good luck. Not liking the look of that at all. No. Mike, hope you can share your thoughts on my post above on gold. DJ, I'm gonna have to scroll up and find your post above on gold. Let's have a look. After that low time frame BMS, anyone? If it forms a strong lower time frame HL, it might go for the New York highs at about 33.55 for take profit and stop loss at 33.27. 12 points below MS, about a 1-to-1, 1.5 R depending on entry. DJ, you've used a lot of acronyms there, my friend. I have no idea what.
I assume BMS is like break of market structure or something.
Okay.
Lower time.
I don't use these terms. I just
neither do I. But
I struggle with these terms, I'm afraid. But after that lower time frame break of structure on gold, it forms a strong lower time frame higher low, I guess is what you're saying. It might go for the New York highs at about 33.55. I can see that. Okay, I mean, so there is room for it to go higher. You know, as I said, the area that I think might be of more interest is 33.58.26 to 33.59.32. Nice little pocket on the 15-minute that I think might get a reaction. So we'll see. G-Boss, if you want to keep jumping in with derogatory comments, then we can just ban you. So first, final warning, but keep the language clean. Otherwise, we'll be saying sayonara.
Man just doesn't understand fine art. That's it.
Exactly. These things are going to be worth a fortune as an NFT in years to come. So
Picasso. There we are. We even got a smiley face.
I mean, what more do you want? What more do you want?
Call me Picasso, call me Banksy, whatever you want. I mean,
exactly. And Akram is indeed sharing over in the lab all of his trades over in the day traders lounge, which I'll show you guys very quickly now, so you know what to look out for. But as you can see, we've got a bunch of courses already there. We're currently working on the draft for Dirk's crypto fundamentals, as well as Alex's intraday trading, and we're also working on an NLP course as well. But down here in the day traders desk, you can see down here, you've got Akram, aka Void, sharing his views on DAX, for example. You've got Abdullah sharing his thoughts on GJ. So yeah, loads and loads of trade ideas and thoughts, and then you can comment in a separate thread on them, as you can see here. You got Akram and Jonesy having a conversation about that particular trade idea. So if you haven't already joined not the 5ers, because we're the 5ers on this stream, our stream is the AlphaBeta Lab. Check out the link on your screen right now. And with that being said, we'll be back right after this. So there we go. There you have it. Gold did react quite nicely off this, but again, look at the 15-minute. You see how it's reacted off this wick down here, suggesting that we're probably actually going to go higher still. We've still got half an hour left for the hour candle as well. So even though it looks like it's rejecting at the moment, I wouldn't be jumping to any conclusions just yet, because if you look at that 30-minute candle, it's actually rejected on either side. So not a clear picture yet, I would say, on gold. If anything, actually looking at pushing higher on the 22-minute, reacting off this wick here and heading higher, I would suspect. Let's go have a look at Bitcoin, shall we? We looked at Bitcoin earlier. It's up almost 2% on the day. Hourly showing a lot of strength coming back in. We talked about it the other day. We bounced off this zone below the 100k mark during the kind of Middle East instability period. Now we're pushing back higher, and if we look at that daily candle right now, that's a really, really nice daily candle, I've got to say. Nice engulfing candle to the upside. Hasn't closed, obviously. There's still another 12.5 hours to go, but if we continue in that form, I said it earlier, I'll say it again, I think we're going to be looking at new all-time highs in the next week or two for Bitcoin, coming in very, very soon. Oil is also starting to break out higher. We were talking about it this morning, LJ. Started to make some moves since we were talking about it this morning. Anything that you've seen in your overview of the markets as to what might be pushing that oil price up?
I think just the general waft after things coming off. We've also had U.S. administration press sanctions again on Russia. At the moment, I think it's just general trading. I mean, we've just sort of come into that sort of top band of exactly where we've been oscillating the past couple of days after coming off heavily once the Iran situation cooled off. I think any kind of further bounce from here is likely another sell opportunity. There's currently a mismatch and imbalance in oil demand versus supply right now. So we've got slightly higher oil demand versus the current supply on the market. Russia very much wants to come back and start adding. OPEC's been voicing that for a bit. The other side of it, you have Trump not wanting oil prices going higher. So he's kind of given the nudge to them, saying like to the Saudis, like no increasing oil just yet. We need the prices to come back a bit, and then we can start looking at that. Once things are settled out with the Iran situation there, then he'll give the go ahead. So if that demand, which is higher currently than the current supply in the market, once Trump sort of gives the nod and says to Saudis, okay, yep, keep going, start pumping. Russia obviously wants to, because they're approaching, all sorts of troubles. Their economy now, they've basically run out of money because of the war. They're starting to come into banking issues as well. So ultimately from there, I think sells on oil would be in favor, eventually move back down to 60, down into the 50s. And then at some point then as well, you might start to find a bit of a floor, because at some point the US is going to have to start restocking the special reserves for oil that they've been pumping out now for quite some time, since the inflation drama and also the initial shock when we first had Russia-Ukraine scenario kick off, and that drove oil prices, gas prices, everything through the roof, right? So yeah, I think the current activity is just general waft. Yeah.
Okay.
Nothing of significance really.
Yeah. I mean, it's as you say, it's not doing anything major, but certainly, at least if we look at it on the hourly time frame, we've had several big bullish candles come in. So it'd be interesting to see if we're just trying to absorb some of the orders that have been sat here from this area here after things calmed down, after the events of a week ago. So we'll see. Yes, it is quite slow today on gold. It certainly is. And 86 Vibe, will this stream be live till the red US news? We are live until 2 o'clock UK time, so we're live for another
2.5
hour and a half.
hours?
Hour and a half. Hour and a half, I think. Yeah, hour and a half. So yeah. Seeing many signals on chat, would be interesting to see exclusive live chat FX signals. The chaos. I'm confused. But this is not a signals channel, guys. We do not give signals here. You should be trading your own signal, not your own signals, your own strategies and your own ideas, and not looking for others to give you ideas, because if you trade somebody else's strategy, you're not doing yourself any favors. And gold, as we literally just said 2 seconds ago, is doing nothing. It's not doing anything. It is where it was a couple of minutes ago, just sat there.
Yeah.
So
yeah, people do want
really,
signals. They are a bit lazy. Yeah. And honestly, we're covering everything. We're giving you like all the perspective from both sides, long, short, cover each of the time frames, trying to give as much to everyone at once. So from that, you should be able to find some info, some ideas, that kind of stuff, to then generate some trade outcomes, trade ideas. And on top of that, like, I mean, you'll see often on my charts, I've got these bits and pieces mapped out. These are from trades I'm in. So like I've been sitting in this on oil for some while now. I've got this Euro trade here, currently sat in. So we're going through that, running through as to why it's a good trade idea. And then, I don't know, heck, if you guys agree, then potentially you can take a trade off that. But that's of your own responsibility and your own decision making. It's not up to us to hand feed you guys, Yeah. So
exactly. Sanj, thank you, gents. I'm new at trading, but the other side of half a century and learning every day just from listening. Appreciate the knowledge and the way you break things down. You are most welcome, Sanj. If you're not already part of the AlphaBeta Lab, make sure you come and join us over there as well. We do live streams every Monday to Thursday at 8 a.m. UK time, and then we also do on Fridays at 11 a.m. UK time. So make sure you come and join us for those. They're not big, full all-day streams. They're just an hour each day. But we do have a great community sharing their ideas and thoughts as well. So keep an eye on that. ELJ Bold Gold Boldogon. I am new. How you check on chart which way the market maker would like to swap out liquidity? How long do you want us to spend on that exactly?
Which way the market maker would like to swap? Well, how they swap out liquidity, they're not swapping out liquidity. So, yeah. I mean, they provide liquidity, and then you guys say whether you're a retail trader or some other market participant are taking liquidity from the market. So then they take the other side of it, and then they rebalance that within their own internal framework, right, of market making. That's what market making is. And they just try and that's where the spreads come from and where price is. And they sort of try and buy the market at these certain levels and then continually distribute that to the participants that want to take that liquidity. So they're trying to find the appropriate price between where they can buy and sell, and then they capture the difference of that. That's how they make their money. And then, so exactly when you see news, that's why spreads blow out. because they have to then account for what the potential shift of what people are next going to ask for in the next however many split seconds or microseconds, right? So then they have to increase that distance so that they can still keep their books in order. But yeah, they're not there to wipe out or whatever liquidity and that kind of stuff. Market makers, by definition, like they're like dentists or something, or like, you know, they just reap this little coupon continually, and then just aggregate mass volume, and that's how they make their money. So
yeah, absolutely. Golosinas, just don't spam the chat then. I don't know what you posted earlier, but just don't spam the chat, and then everything's fine. Fairy Airy, AlphaBeta Lab versus Flow Labs. I'm not familiar with Flow Labs. Do you know Flow Labs?
No idea.
Trader Kane on there. No idea.
I've never heard of Flow Labs. No idea.
Never heard of them either. No. My chance are not Picasso's. They are more CY like Twombly.
Yeah, like nice. These guys. Anyway, I thought that was funny. So,
yeah, exactly. Yes, there you go, Golosinas. Well done. You are on TV. Congratulations. Moving on. Exactly, Louis. Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, market makers' number one thing they're trying to do is, yes, balance their books at all time, right? They don't want to take directional positions. Sometimes they will get caught out somewhat with directional positions because of market volatility, etc., and then they'll have to rebalance and readjust that. And occasionally they make a tiny bit of money from that, but just as much as on occasion they make a tiny bit of money from ending up with some directional plays, often accidentally. They get the same in the inverse, right? And then so they get caught out there too. Yeah, balancing the books is their entire game. People mentioned gold again. What are we saying? Gold breaking upwards trend line to the downside. I mean, yeah, we're kind of just wafting in this little area here. Go down to 5. Like we're not going anywhere on gold, guys. Like, I mean, we moved like a couple dollars. It's like $3 or $4.
Yeah,
it's nothing crazy. We're just still in this range we've been in for past hour or so. We're just chopping about.
Yeah.
You can see here how we are trying to build off this with a slightly marginally lower high here per prior price action for today. We have stalled out slightly. We were making progressive like higher highs, and now we're just kind of going sideways right now. So
I mean, I'm just looking at kind of lower time frame price action. We may see price come back down to kind of the 340 area, 340 to 338, something like that, before we then start seeing sells come in again. Just looking at the structure on the 5 minute, it's possibly an area to look at.
Yeah, I just don't like gold really today. It's a bit meh. Like there's limited strong levels to lean off. You know, if you're trying to scalp within this stuff, like you'd be going okay. But as far as if you want like a defined trade, either you know, $20 or so lower or $20 higher, like you don't really have much strong structure for today. So Euro's continuing its trek lower.
Jonesy, what happened? Jonesy, you used to love gold. You used to love gold not so long ago. What happened? I'm curious. I think gold needs to create a head and shoulder if it looks at the 4 hour time frame. Possibly. But yeah, gold isn't doing anything at the moment, guys. So, and yeah, we've got ADP. So watch out for watch out for any moves on gold or any other USD pairs, or frankly any pairs, because we all know that obviously the US dollar will influence the wider markets one way or the other. So just be careful with that. And yes, if trading doesn't drive you crazy, nothing will. Or maybe you need to be crazy to get into trading in the first place. Maybe that's the thing. Who knows? Are you taking a stop loss on this pound-dollar pair? Are you taking a stop loss on that? I don't think you are, are you?
I'm not in on pound-dollar.
No.
I'm in on euro-dollar at the minute. So my stop is outlined exactly as it is here on the chart. So this is where I've jumped in. That's where my stop's sitting at 117.83, so just above that 80 mark, where we had this sort of cluster here. Now we're pulling off. We've just broken these lows just here by the 117.60 that caught us last night towards the end of the US session, or mid, just after New York Open US session, so mid US session before we ran up to close the session. And now we're tracking lower. So since we've broken that that low just here, I'm looking for somewhere down here, just like got marked out. Could even see we have sort of a somewhat channel forming through here. So yeah, somewhere down this kind of zone, see whether we accelerate, get a bit further or not. But then perhaps as a reversal as well, I'd be looking for buys possibly down here close to this 117.20 kind of area right now.
Looking at GU, I think GU is going to go lower before we then start to see some buys come in. I still think we're looking at the 368.63 area. So yeah. Jonesy's shorting again on, I assume, GU, and he's at the doctor's office. Hopefully the doctor isn't going to have to resuscitate you, Jonesy, with some crazy wild trade that you're taking at the moment whilst you're waiting for the doctor. Let us know what you're in at the moment. And Fabian saying, a bit late to the party today. Hope everyone is good and hitting those take profits. Absolutely, Fabian. Absolutely. And GT's asking for thoughts on the Dow. Was thinking to look for buys, but it looks like it's a bit overbought. How do you handle intraday trading when a pair has been moving this intensely recently? The thing is, when things have been moving intensely, in a way, that's sometimes the best time to trade it, because then you've got a bit of divergence, you've got a fair amount of liquidity, but you've just got to sit there and be patient and wait for the zones. At least from my perspective, you've got to wait for the zones to form for you to be able to find something to trade. That's how I view it. Don't just try and assume certain things. Stick to your strategy and stick to your structure. And when you've got more kind of intense movements, just try and jump on those using the same setups that you would do otherwise, and try and avoid any kind of psychological impact of seeing charts pump or perceived to be pumped, and try and just stick to the same as you would do anyway, any other time. So yeah. Are there any competitions? Very quickly, yes, there are competitions, Ahmed. In fact, the next one will be starting today, actually. So if you want to know more about that, we'll give you this quick summary from Jonatan and be right back after this.
Listen up, traders. We got a new competition with massive prizes launching at the 5ers. The top traders, they will win high stakes accounts, and everyone in the top 100 will get a prize, including hub credits and bootcamp accounts. We're actually doing this every single Wednesday, week after week, so you will always have a chance to win.
It's fast, it's free, and it's easy. All you have to do is just sign into the 5ers Hub, click on the contest on the left menu, and join the upcoming competition. We hope to see you all there. Good luck.
There you go. So hopefully that answers your question. Who was it? Ahmed. So hopefully it answers your question about competitions every Wednesday. So get in on it today, and you can be part of it.
I think they start every Tuesday, right? So you got to be signed up
every Wednesday.
Monday. Isn't
every
it live
Wednesday
for a little?
Every Tuesday probably for you, but every Wednesday for everybody else. With time zones.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe actually, yeah. But either way, make sure you'll have to sign up before the competition starts, basically. So best thing to do, come that Monday, Sunday, you know, if you've not already, you can sign up to the one for next week right now. But basically, you just have to get it in before end of Monday, I guess, to account for time zones, to make sure you're in. So. I'll jump over to...
My feline alter ego is saying he's going to go for gold after the non-farm clearing.
Look at that giant smiley face. He's sitting there real happy, isn't he? Yeah, so this is the other trade I'm in, Aussie dollar. So it's Aussie dollar and the Euro dollar short currently. So also sitting in this guy, looking for a move back into this lower band of this channel that we've had coming up here. For today, similar idea, similar structure to, or similar thesis, whatever, with the dollar, bit of dollar strength for today. And seeing as we have just had such a huge charge from the Euro, Aussie, that kind of stuff coming up in the past little while. Pound obviously came off earlier than everything else. Coming up ahead of non-farms tomorrow. The sort of forecast now is expectations for payrolls to be a bit lower. So now that people are building that more into their consensus, the forecast numbers sort of drop a bit lower. So you always have that probability of them actually coming out a touch higher, which then drives dollar up, even though overall, if I do come over to my macro stuff here, you can see we've got this general trend here. This is the non-farms over time right now, gradually declining. Nothing crazy, we're not falling off a cliff, but just there is definitely a gradual decline in the numbers. And then unemployment claims week on week, gradually inclining right now. And these are your CPI and wages data. But yeah, so those are the two trades at the minute. And then I have jumped back into dollar yen down here long again. So earlier today I was long from somewhere here, 143.83, jumped out just at the top for a little sort of short 20-30 minute trade, 20 pips there, and now long again. So you got dollar yen, euro dollar, Aussie dollar, all in the same thesis, split up proportionately for risk, and just playing them between each other.
Henry saying gave up on the weekly competitions as many people cheat the system. You can see the same name for two people with different rank on the leadership, and that sometimes all match accounts that have been disqualified. Henry, do me a favor, mate. If you're seeing that, flag it to support, because certainly that's not what they want to be happening. So if you can see people managing to cheat the system, then flag it to them so that they can see if there's ways to stop that from happening. One of the things they did was to, for example, remove the possibility to use expert advisors, EAs, on MT5, so that people can't just automate, masses of trades. So you have to now manually trade on there. But yeah, make sure you do. If you are seeing those things, make sure you flag it, so that the support guys can look into it, because certainly that's not the point of the competitions, for people to cheat it and whatnot. So do flag that to us. Also, sorry, to support. And Brett saying, sorry, my previous message is misspell. Do you adjust stop loss or take profit after entering a trade? I do occasionally. If I've entered a trade very quickly, kind of on a discretionary basis, let's say, on an initial kind of very, very quick naked chart overview. But then what I'll do is I'll then review it in more detail, and then I might see something that's maybe a little bit different. So I might change my position for my stop loss, might change my position for my take profit, might move it to break even after a certain amount of time. You got to adjust to what you see on the markets, right? GU's coming to a very, very nice area. It's really fallen a lot. Is really going actually. GU is really falling right now. Curious to see if it breaks that zone that I marked out. If it breaks past 36744 or not. Generally speaking, a big pump down like that suggests that we're going to get a reaction back up. But need to wait and see how this 1 minute candle closes. At the moment, the bearish momentum is very, very strong, I've got to say. Let's see how that plays out. Yeah, it is falling like a stone.
Yeah, all of a sudden.
Yeah.
We weren't going too far. The euro's been moving a bit more steadily than the pound is sort of holding up here, and then I guess people have given up the ghost on it, and not going anywhere. So sell. But yeah, all these are now coming very nicely into play. Euro as well. There, just jump to a slightly higher time frame so we can see it a bit better. And yeah, also Brett, as far as the stops, so this is, I've got the trade on here as like the exact trade I placed. So since then, like I've moved the stop. Oh, I can't drag that the other way, but the stop's now down here at about 68. So it's now, in profit. Can I get the thing over?
Yeah, just do undo. Yeah, that's it.
Undo. Yeah. So yeah, over time, as the trades then start to push into profit, personally, I definitely start bringing the stops down with that, and then you can lock them in. That allows you to redefine your risk. You can also start to consider adding to the trade then as it progresses, because now the initial trade, you've no longer got that full risk on the board. You've potentially even got profit. So then you've unlocked that portion of your allocated risk to reapply that, or potentially maybe now you see something on, like, I don't know, the NASDAQ or something. You go over here, go NASDAQ, and you're like, oh, okay, we're turning down again. Let's go consider a short from here, something like that. Either targeting just these lows, a little like snipe, quick trade, or a rundown further from there, right? So that's where you can start rolling them into each other.
I'm just trying to see what is hammering GU at the moment, because it's not stopping. It is really going for it, especially at the close of a 1 hour candle. It is really, really falling like a rock.
Yeah, I was trying to see if there's like headlines. I haven't seen anything, so
nothing. No, there is nothing appearing, at least, that I can see.
I've got ADP in 15 minutes, so I don't know if some kind of front running of that.
Yeah.
Because there's no other headlines that I can see anywhere.
Yeah, me neither.
But I will be looking to exit these trades before ADP, probably. The Euro's just about there. Aussies still got a bit of a way to go, but plenty happy to take that.
Yeah.
And then same dollar yen here, we're come back up, and I'll just get rid of this drawing so people can see better. Now coming up towards the prior high. So given we're 15 minutes out, probably look to exit these and square the books prior to the data, see where we land from that, and then re-enter.
And gold, Mortaza, gold has been selling off, but it's not been doing anything to significantly suggest anything this second. If you look at it on the 1 hour candle right now, it's created engulfing bearish candle, but it's wicked straight back up in the close of that candle. So it's not very convincing right now. I would be I'd be careful with gold. It's not showing anything of great clarity at the moment, I would say.
Because we had this kind of sort of range in here. You know, we've gone outside of that, come back into it, gone out here, made it like a slight marginal new low there. Yeah. Then we just pulled right up, made a new high here, and then we pulled back into it. Like it's just trying to find its legs. We're just chopping about right now. From the most recent structure, it does seem to feel as though we could move higher. But that said, I mean, you've got this, zoom in a little bit. You've clearly got this wick just here, right? That's been produced on the 15-minute, and then you've got one here. Right, so it's clearly a bit indecisive at the moment.
Yeah. GU though, I've got to say, is not showing any signs of slowing down. It just keeps on going, isn't it?
Yeah, it does. I still haven't seen anything pop up.
Yeah.
At all. I don't know. There's comments on Iran's nuclear chief said, you know, the strikes on the country's atomic facilities would not derail its nuclear progress. So apart from that, there's literally nothing else that's come up. And you would have seen a more corresponding impulsive drive on dollar yen. If for whatever reason people are taking that seriously, and hence you get that safe haven flow into the dollar. But we're not seeing that at all. I think we've just taken a drive for this. You know, we've broken that top side of this channel here, and we've just, I guess, plummeted straight into it. I mean, this was the trade we had highlighted a couple of times as well, similar to the euro dollar, etc. Throughout the past sort of hour. It just obviously exploded way quicker than probably would have otherwise expected. So
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And 29.44, we are good. We're good. We're just, you got to bear in mind, guys, that when we're live streaming, we're getting pinged with different messages from different platforms as well. Because we're doing AlphaBeta Lab, we're doing live streams, we're trying to keep hold of. It's actually exhausting live trading and doing live streams and everything else, because you're trying to juggle so many different things. But we are all good. We are all good. Just focused in and sleep deprived, I think.
Yes,
I think I need to go and get a bit more caffeine. So yeah. And Nora, why is it you're back just as we're about to leave? That's not very fair. That's not very fair at all. But yeah. And Raf is going to lose it after seeing this move happen without him. Yeah, he's not going to be happy, is he?
Yeah.
He is not going to be happy at all. So yeah. Yeah, you see, Vinicius, you step away from a minute, and this is what happens. This is what happens. Guys, we've got Victor waiting in the background to take you through the next segment. So we will hand over to him very shortly. But that is it from us for today. So thank you ever so much for joining us for our ABL segment. Keep on watching out for those markets. Watch out for the news in just over 10 minutes. And yeah, we'll see you guys next time. Take care.
Thanks, guys. Cheers.
Listen up, traders. We got a new competition with massive prizes launching at the 5ers. The top traders, they will win high stakes accounts, and everyone in the top 100 will get a prize, including hub credits and bootcamp accounts. We're actually doing this every single Wednesday, week after week, so you will always have a chance to win. It's fast, it's free, and it's easy. All you have to do is you sign into the 5ers Hub, click on the contest on the left menu, and join the upcoming competition. We hope to see you all there. Good luck.
How is everyone doing? This is Victor speaking. When you are live, anything can happen. Today's little bump is the same. How are you doing at home? I hope you are doing fine. I hope you are
What's up,
full of
little order
excitement.
blog boy? How's it going?
How are you doing, Jonatan? Today,
I'm good, Victor. How are you?
we have news, of course, in about 10 minutes. Let me double check if that's correct. Yes, the ADP non-farm employment change. All eyes are on this event today. Jonatan, what are you going to be doing in respect to that news event? Are you going to scale out of your position? Are you going to close your positions? Are you going to start new positions with this?
I got an alert right now. It says I'm supposed to be doing the laundry, apparently. A bit late on that. I got an alert. 12:30. It's now 2. Should have what do you call it? You don't do the laundry, like you hang it. Yeah, hang the laundry. You hang the laundry.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's actually what I should be doing. But
Okay.
that's
So that's
obviously
your
not what
trading
I'm
plan
doing.
for the day, hanging the
Yeah.
laundry. Okay.
Like,
We
I
got that.
did take 2 trades here in the morning. Well, I didn't take them. I did an experiment, with the viewers, having them vote for a specific pair, and then vote for the for how to trade that pair. And we are now seeing both of those trades hitting the stop loss. Henry, you can't use a dryer for everything, right? You can't, like, you get it. Some of the clothes, they take damage by being put in the dryer. Gotta hang them.
Yeah.
Gotta
They
hang them
shrink.
nicely. Yeah, and of
Yeah,
course
yeah.
they can shrink as well. So yeah, that's it's a little tip to all of you out there.
Perfect. But we have EU breaking down. I know you are trying to make it a very serious topic, and you're succeeding at it, Jonatan. And I'm sure our audience are very, very much interested in your cloth drying techniques and all the
Yes.
tips and tricks you might give our. I mean, they all have clothes. It's not that they're, nude. They have clothes. They must be
Wait a minute.
washing them.
We don't know. We can't see them, so like we don't know. But most likely
true.
not watching this naked. Hopefully
is
not.
true.
Hopefully not. Maybe.
Well,
I do, however, when I'm
that's
in
a
the
mental.
shower, I do.
That's a mental
do
image. I do not want to entertain.
No, but I do watch like live streams in the shower, because I put them like I put the phone against like the glass of the showering cabinet or whatever it's called, and then I'm like watching like Bloomberg News in the morning when I'm in the shower. So there might be some of you out there watching this and you're actually in the shower. So if you're in the shower, let me know in the comments right now. Take the phone into the shower.
I give it to you, Jonatan. You are a die-hard trader. I've never heard anyone putting a screen under the shower for those few minutes we spend under the shower. Maybe sometimes it's more than that, but even that's me time typically for everyone. But you'd say me time includes chart time. I want to be plugged in to Bloomberg, listening, hearing, and maybe even trading. Do you have a button somewhere in your in your shower cabin that says buy, sell? I bet you have. Do you?
No, no, I don't have that. Unfortunately, I do not. Like, I try to not trade when I'm in the shower, but I'm very busy. So when I'm not in the shower, I'm probably doing something else, that requires, working, So what I try to do is, like, I don't have a lot of time to watch, YouTube and live stream and all of that. So shower time is a good time to get yourself updated for the European Open. So I put on Bloomberg, and they have this segment, good segment in the beginning of in the countdown to European Open, and I'm in there. I'm doing I'm planning, I'm trying to get an idea of where the market might go, and then I'm all done in the shower, and I have a bias. I have a fundamental bias. It's all about being effective, right? You say that showers, me time. No, you got to be effective. Got to be effective. It's all about effectiveness. Can't be not doing anything in the shower. That's that is a waste of time. It's a waste of time.
You're saying shower time is downtime. What as far as you is concerned?
Yeah.
In terms of effectiveness, right? To you, it's considered downtime unless you're plugged in your readies. One question, Jonatan. Did you check waterproof magic keys? I bet you did.
So I do have a waterproof speaker in the shower, so I can listen to the live stream, and I have looked into how to have a touch screen or something in the shower, but I do have a jacuzzi, right? And in that jacuzzi I have a stand for the laptop, and I've modified the stand so I can have an extra screen, so I can actually be in the jacuzzi and doing trading and everything. Doesn't happen very often now though, because I'm mostly on the live stream, and we don't want that. We don't want to be doing live streams like that. It's
from the jacuzzi.
Yeah,
Jonatan,
that's a different type of
relaxing.
Content,
That's gonna be the theme of that stream. Jonatan relaxing. Join him. Relax with him.
Yeah, maybe maybe we need an only trade platform for that. That's YouTube is not the right place for that, I believe. All right, Victor, what are we looking at here?
We're looking at the EU, and this is if we consider obviously it's the dollar moving before the news, 3 minutes before the news. And I'm not sure what your shower bias told you today, but this structure has broken, because if you look at the H4, I mean, it's very clear we haven't had a break and retest. Well, a break, not the retest. That is, if you look at the H4, and that is actually what I think. Not that I think that's not the right word. What I think is what I think could happen. It's not that I think will happen, but it could happen is that we might touch that before we continue, because it's clear from this huge move we have had. We've barely had any retracement, only after taking out that high, and that this is also true for EU, by the way. And we clearly are falling off from the sky. And I don't see anything else stopping us than this daily broken order block, right? So it is a bearish order block that has now flipped, and that is the only reference point we have in terms of the hourly time frame of where price is headed to. If you look at the EU, it's going to give you a very similar look. Let's see. We did have a bit more consolidation here, but in between that consolidation and current price, there isn't really a lot to go by. So I'm looking at EU coming back to that order block, that broken or that H4 order block that was created. In between, I don't see much reasons to expect that price. Look at that space. Look at that imbalance here, right? You can see how it continue without a lot of impulsive, with a lot of momentum, and I don't see price coming back. Although the news can cause this, of course, right? We could have a reversal based on the news, but the fact that the market initiated this move before the news, to me, it tells me that the market is confident that whatever comes, it's likely not going to be bullish for euro dollar. Otherwise, they wouldn't be taking this chance minutes before the news, actually 45 minutes before the news. As we're currently speaking, I'm going to switch to the 1 minute. So what I was saying is that I believe, one scenario is that we could go back, that broke. We haven't had a retest of that area, we could do that in our way going to the direction of the break before the news. That is just one scenario. I don't know if it's going to happen. Obviously, I don't have any crystal ball. I do have a shower cabin, but it doesn't work like that.
Good. That's a good. I like that you have a shower. That's good. Like. Good to know that you're clean, Victor. Just like your shorts. I'm gonna have to go and just I'll be back in about 5 minutes or so. And by the way, guys, make sure that you go in and you like the live stream and you subscribe to the channel. We will have Saul, the CEO of the best prop firm funding company in the world, which is you might have guessed this right. The 5ers, the CEO of the company, is coming on in about 45 minutes for a live trading session and live scalping session. Now, you don't want to miss this, okay? So I do see that because we have that session, like in the very last hour of the live stream, the views kind of tends to drop off until that. I'm not sure why, but I would say that looking at everything that we've done today in the live trading room, and maybe for the whole week, there's one session that you all need to attend, and that is the one with Saul, his live scalping. It is insanely good, and the value that he brings and the way that he's scalping, you were able to be here live and you look at the way he's managing the trades from a scalper's perspective is very impressive. So make sure that you stay tuned and join us for that session coming up shortly. I will be back in a short while.
Sure. What is also impressive is the move we had on that ADP news that came out on EU. That is 30 pips. It jumped in matters of seconds. Actually, it was quicker than that. Let me get it to the, yes, there it is. Thank you, Jonatan. So we, as I understand, right, the just looking at previous price action doesn't predict the future. You cannot know in advance what is going to happen. It only is a reflection of what the market is doing and thus thinking. So we'll see if the news, I don't look at the news, what the content, the substance, the actual number that comes out of the news, but what I would want to say is that what I want to see is the actual reaction of the market. Will it break? And let's go to the hourly time frames to see if what needs to happen for the market to either confirm or not our that idea, right? So we had a H4. I start doing this on GU, but we had an H4 order block, which is at the top of a very a move filled with momentum. That in itself is a little bit something you need to be wary of. But we do have a bullish order block there. On the H2, it hasn't closed below that yet, but on the H1 it did, and actually quite convincingly. It's not like by a few pips. Let's measure it. At least it looks, that's 20 pips, almost 20 pips. The close was a little bit higher. But that is, let's measure that, how much that is. That is 11. Okay, so it wasn't 20. 11 pips below that low. To me, that's a clear sign that the hourly, which is significant in the perspective of a day trader, closed below, telling us that the market is anticipating, based on that order flow, it's anticipating a move to the downside. Now, when I see this, what I want to see is price. And now that the market actually reacted in a different way, it didn't do exactly. Not that I was expecting for it to do exactly, but it wasn't. It's not confirming going in the same direction as the previous breakout of that 11 pips. So now that we see that, what I want to see is, as a confirmation to me, as the test that the market has indeed flipped, is a close in the same time frame above the first structure in the opposite direction, right? So H1 bearish in this case. In the opposite direction. So I want to see, so we still have a whole actually 20 minutes for this close, but that would be the sign to me that, this initial break wasn't just a fake out gathering liquidity before the actual news. I don't know that. Nobody knows that in advance, right? It's just probabilities. All right, let's look at the chat, see how you guys are doing. We have, don't forget to hit the like button if you enjoy, if you think this is helping you, if you perhaps on my analysis on gold yesterday, you took a short. I don't say you should have. This is not financial advice, right? And we don't recommend doing anything. The only thing we recommend you doing is your backtesting and your, edge exploration. But I mean, in terms of signals, of course, these are not signals. But if you did use the setup yesterday, I talked about and showed, and you had some profits, and even if you didn't, hit the like button, because that's exactly what we want to do. We want to show you what is happening in our eyes, in our view, in our opinion, and it may be a setup for you as well, or it may not. That's fine. But if it is of value, and I think it can be of value for a lot of you guys, then hit the like button, subscribe to our channel, because that will help us grow our effort into something even bigger. Yes, we have the CEO of The5ers coming in about 40 minutes. You don't want to miss that. That is the Saul. Saul will be trading live, putting his MT5 for us to see and learn from. He is a trader, a short-term trader, scalper, and he trades very, very skillfully. So you don't want to miss that either. We see some regulars in our chat. All right, let's see. Trader H, it doesn't work like that, right? You have to be part of the giveaway activities, and perhaps you will win. But I'm not in a position to tell the CEO to do anything. All right, so let's see. Someone saying something about the order block. I want to read this. EU will not go that OB. Strong rejection from the 50% of the H4 imbalance combined with price action previous high. Let's see what he means. I think it is this, he or she, I'm not sure. The 50% retracement, yes, I see that too. That's a reason, because you see this a lot of the times where the market does come back to these halfway points. There's nothing magical about it, but it's just a very easy, widely used reference point for retracements to kick in, or to end in this case. So I hear you, and I think on normal conditions, I would certainly think that you would be very true that this will probably hold and it will not go beyond it. But this is the news, and in advance, right before the news, we don't know how significant that news is experienced by the market participants. Depending on that, you will see the news being the catalyst of a huge move, or maybe just a moderate move. And that distinction, that nuance, that move that comes out of the news, even though it's not NFP, it is ADP, it can vary a lot. And a H1 order block in terms of the news isn't that significant. I will tell you that it's H1 isn't, even H4 in front of a big news event is nothing. It just goes through it like nothing. So H1 even more so. Let's see, what else do we have? Curious Bite, can I get to know your strategies in detail? Yes, you may. WizTech says, I definitely took the trade of 30 minutes. I'm just kidding. Curious Bite, yes, you can. Just stick around and I talk all about it. I'm very, in that sense, very open about it. My mask may suggest otherwise, but I'm actually quite open about the strategy, not exactly the entries, like in when exactly I take the entries, but I will tell you with a lot of precision, even on the 1 minute, what I'm looking for. Of course, I'm not gonna tell you the trigger, right? So the actual signal, not, but you'll have on a very minute time frame the very signal and things that I wait to happen before I decide whether or not I want to enter, and where it invalidates as well. So you get a lot of information just by being part of this stream, where information you can use to your advantage, either by building the rest of the strategy by your own, or by incorporating it into something you're already using. If you see order blocks, for example, is helping you, then that could be something you could add, right? There are many ways to add that, but add that to your existing trade plan if you haven't done so already. But stick around. And if you're not part of our Discord community, this is a good moment to be part of it, because I hold 3 times a week workshops on, not necessarily on my strategy, but I, analyze the market in front of everyone there, and we go into great detail. We discuss everything related to trading. So it's also a great way to get to know the order blocks and the quasis that I trade, that I'm known for. Let's look at the chat to see if we have anything else. DJ took a gold by 2 minutes after negative US data on gold, the 50-minute 50% retracement TP. Awesome. I like that. Let's go to that trade. Who else here is trading gold? Let's take a look at the 50-minute on gold. Bearish quasi. I'm not sure. Let's see. You had where exactly your quasi is. Let's see, DJ, if you don't mind letting us know what you're trading exactly. I was also a 50-minute bullish quasi. Yes, I can see the bullish quasi. It didn't get there. If this is the quasi that you're referring to on the 15-minute, and actually there was another one. This one hasn't been retested, but then again, it hasn't been how do you say that? It hasn't been invalidated. What I mean is by this, right? This is the trade that, well, not the trade, the setup of yesterday I was talking about. But if you consider this to be the head, then this would be the left shoulder, that would be the neckline, and it hasn't broken it until here. But in cases like this, it's better to put it to consider the lowest point as the head. So in my mind, a bullish order block, bullish quasi, is only formed just now, meaning that the areas to be retested would be this one on the 15. There we go, and another one, right? But I haven't done the top-down analysis, so this is not the proper way to look for setups, right? We need top-down to know exactly what is happening on the higher time frame before we start looking for these kind of entries on the 15 minutes, right? I use at least the hourlies to guide my quantities. Otherwise, my the win rate will be much lower. By the way, Shaq, fact, watch out for recurrent messages. The same messages is not allowed. That is considered spamming. If I see that in the chat, that person will get banned from the chat. Okay, so make sure you do not do that again. And I think those comments were quickly taken off, and that's an example of what you guys should not do, right? I know you guys are competing for that, the crown and the leaderboard on messages, but the messages cannot be, clearly, evidently just for the leaderboard, right? They have to be actual messages, and for sure they cannot be, same messages one after another, repeated messages. That is not allowed. Okay. I'm gonna go back to EU to see what's happening before we. What's the crown? The crown is a leaderboard. Leaderboard of those who are most active in the chat. Okay. Let's see. I like this one. I do like this one. Thank you for your poetic contribution today, WizStack Gamer. Thank you for that. Awesome. Okay. Okay. So let's see. So what we want to see is if the H1 would close above this H1 order block, right? If the time frame price has a close above this order block, if it will, of course, that's a lot of time. I know, I understand that, but that's what it is. The biggest structure we had was an hourly structure, so we have to decide and assess the situation based on that hourly time frame. That will change my idea. As long as that doesn't happen, I will consider this wick as just, spikes in a news event that don't really mean a lot, right? It's the initial spike, but it doesn't necessarily mean that we are, if the level is not sustained, and if you don't have a follow-through action holding those levels, then the spike will just be a spike, not really being very significant. So we'll have to see that in the coming hours. Actually, if we go to the lower time frames, we might get an idea, right? If, for example, we have this level, right, and we have on the 5 minute, perhaps. No, the 5 minute will be too quick, too long. I mean, all right, this would be a nice area where could give us some idea, right? It's not super precise. But this could give us some idea. It's not the 1 minute, it's going to be the 2 minute. Okay. If this breaks this 2 minute order block just on the lower time frame, it gives us some idea that the market is breaking that peak or spike, is breaking structure, meaning we could have the likelihood that this spike only is a spike and is not going to maintain and have follow through is a little bit higher, right? The next level after that will be the order block we have below that. It's a very, very tiny order block, but it's just this, right? That's the next structure you want to be looking at to see if the market is breaking down, right? A lot of the times it comes back to the initial structure or initial level. It was the spike came out of. And obviously, the next level would be just the low before the news. Okay, these are the 3 areas you want to be looking. Breaking of the structure. This is a quasi, by the way, on the 1 minute. Not very powerful, but it could work. And we'll have to see if it goes through this or not. And the same goes for that. Right? If it doesn't do any of that, if you see some reaction from that 2 minute order block, or maybe from this order block right there, then that could be the indication that we're going to continue. But so we don't know that. We'll have to read price action before that happens. If you like this in real time analysis on the lower time frame of this news event, then hit the like button. Hit the like button, letting us know, and YouTube as well, that you do enjoy this and you want to see more of this in the future. Okay, let's check what else I have. James is scalping today. That's awesome. I like that. I like a bit of scalping as well. It's growing on me. I've been scalping for the last, on a consistent basis. Last couple of weeks, still trying to refine my style, but I do like it to do in between time when I'm still waiting for my signals and I don't have any other activities. All right, let's see. How are you doing, Vinicius? How are you today? Okay, let's see. Andreas asking what's happening with Euro Pound. Let's take a look at Euro Pound. What's happening with Euro Pound? That's some nice movement for sure. We're getting into that's the daily. We don't have anything on the weekly. We do have on the monthly something. The daily is very beautiful, but it's not a quasi. It's not a fresh order block, so I'm not interested. A huge move. I see what you're seeing, what you were saying. It happened. It started with a outside bar. Ooh, that would have been a nice entry on the lower time frame if that were to have taken. Awesome. I like that. What is this line? Let me see why I have this on. I don't see it. It's no, I'm not sure what it is, but I'm gonna take it away. Well, I don't know what it is, but you can clearly see that on the 15-minute, there's that beautiful quasi. Look at this. Look at that quasi. You didn't get the information, confirmation until the news came out, so it would have been, very difficult to take this trade. But for sure, it could have been a good entry. And actually, yeah, that's the the quasi being from this structure, right? This structure, not anything else from the left. What is it that's happening? I don't know. I don't check. I don't look at the fundamentals of each pair. I only take the trade based on what I see on the charts. UK policy drama. That's Jay Lunar informing us. Okay. All right. I will thank you for informing us, for letting us know what is happening on. I checked very quickly on the news and I didn't see anything, but for sure, let's go back to gold. No problem, DJ. No problem. Perfect. I like that. I like that a lot. That is exactly the idea of these streams, right? We discuss. This is a safe place where we can discuss our ideas, and maybe we help you see something you haven't considered yet. Maybe your plan is completely sealed and tight, and there's no input from anywhere else. But just maybe if you're a little bit discretionary, and you do take into account, other probabilities or other phenomena to assess your probability, then a session like this where you see other people breaking them down, looking at different things, could mean a lot. I have since I'm looking at this pair as well, EU, I mean, I'm very inclined to see if we're gonna break below that H2 order block, right? In order for us to understand if it's broken or not, it needs to close below that level, below the 117.69.4 on this time frame, on the 2-minute. Okay, so there is still another 2-minute to go, but it looks quite nicely that it wants to break it. That's the first indication that the market is perhaps heading for lower places, right? Breaking the structure, the last structure it had as it was going up. We'll have to see. Let's okay. Reeves re-signing talks. Okay. Thank you, Jay. We really appreciate you being so kind to supply us with this information. All right. Trying to read here through the news. Okay. All right. Let's go to gold. What do you guys? By the way, it broke the H2 order block, right? It's not H2, 2-minute. A 2-minute order block isn't a big thing. Let me tell you that, right? Same goes for all the minutes, especially those that are close to the 1, 2, 3, 5 minutes. They're not as significant. You get, early signs from them, but with early also comes with less, solid signals. The fact that it broke is one sign. It's the first sign that it's perhaps going to go lower, but it's not all. So you have to be careful when looking at the lower time frame. There's a lot of noise. Okay, let's go to the H1. So I'm gonna do a top-down analysis because I put on the quasi that I saw there. However, it's not within within a bigger picture of considering also the higher time frames. And to me, anything you use in trading in isolation, even time frame, is something. If you have a full system, not just one thing. If you have a full system on one time frame, that's okay. But if you're using a indicator or a pattern on just one time frame, it's not as solid as you're using multiple time frame to confirm what you're seeing. That's exactly what I want to do all the time. All right, so that is a screen that I didn't want to show. Let's see, how can I move this around? All right. For those who know what that was, might be smiling right now. All right, so on the monthly time frame, what we're seeing is that in comparison to the earlier order or the earlier candles, the body of the last two have been very, very slim in comparison, meaning there's a lot of indecision, there's a pause, there's a deceleration. That's the perhaps all of the above in some degree. So I'm eager to see if this is a possible top or not, but we don't have any information, and this current candle just started, so there isn't a lot you can derive from it, right? Even if it goes up or down, it doesn't really tell you anything until it's either almost being closed, being printed, or it has already been printed. So that's the monthly, not telling us anything besides that the market has been very bullish, and that's it. And we have some kind of consolidation before we continue, perhaps, or before we reverse. We don't know that. The other thing we have is on this time frame, we have two order blocks which are still valid. One is looking stronger than the other one, and that is the bullish order block. I'm going to switch back to euro because I just got a not a signal, there we go. See, it broke. I had a alert there. I don't know if you guys could hear it. I don't think so. Let me know in the chat if you were able to hear that, the sound of the alert. But we did break that H2, right? We already saw it breaking, but now we had, this is a bit more confirmation, right? You break it by the close, it has a retest, right? Break, retest, and continuation. That's the confirmation that the break is actually something, is actually holding. So this is nice. This is nice. There is the next section. We're going to come back to gold, but the next section, the next thing we want to see is what is the reaction of price to this order block below, right? Don't worry if it squeezes through or if it does a wick and goes through it like nothing. This is on the 2 minute. Let's have something on the, maybe let's expand it to the 5 minute. That's a bit more, has a bit more weight to it. Okay, so it's not an entry order block. It's just reading order block through, reading price action through order blocks, right? So you're looking at what price does to these structures to understand, okay, are we likely to continue? Are we gonna, or is this just a fake out, right? We had a first indication here, which is that it broke, very nice. The next one is how does it behave as we get into this order block? We had a touch, look at that, little touch, and a reaction. That's nothing yet, although you could even trade these reaction, as you can see. I'm gonna take off the alert. I'm gonna put it a little bit below that structure, right? Okay, no alerts. So thank you, Tatenda. Thank you for that. It will be a little bit nagging or disturbing to hear that all the time. Look at that reaction, man. I talk about this quite often, how you can actually trade these structures, right? Whether you want to trade it for a bigger TP or just a little scalp, that's up to you. But as you can see, the market, what is this? 5 pips. I don't know about you, but 5 pips is plenty to scalp. So there it is. It's not a recommendation, not financial advice, but you do with it as you see fit. But it's something I trade in any case on when I trade discretionary. Okay, perfect. Let's see the lower time frames to see if we see anything. Look at that reaction, beautiful reaction, and if this is going to be a reversal, then this order block needs to be respected and hold, right? If it's going to be a reversal based on this order block, then that's going to be something, and it can come back, hit it again, but we want to see this kind of movement happening if we're actually getting a reversal or not. We don't know that in advance. It is just one idea. Okay. In the meantime, I'm going to check something that I was, there was a trade I was holding in the background that I wanted to check. Let's see. All right. Yes. Okay. So that one hit DP, no problem. Let's go back to gold and let's check on the chat if you guys have any questions on this very summer day in Europe. Let's see. Rick says EU should go up. Maybe. Yeah, of course, you can have opinions for sure. I have my opinions as well. But I try to not act upon them and only act upon, price action. And sometimes my opinion is based on the price action, and then it's perfectly okay because it's based on something, some data, something that makes sense to me. We'll see. We have a nice reaction from that order block. Cool. Patience is the key, Argentina. Yes, patience. Paciencia. Yes, indeed. All right. Should or might? I'll leave that open. Let's go to gold. Okay, so let's do the analysis on gold. We were talking about the weekly time frame, which is it has two order blocks that are still valid. Well, we can clearly see by the fact that one was almost broken that this one is obviously the weaker one of them two, at least so far. And we want to see, how it reacts. So far, it is reacting quite nicely from this bullish order block. We did talk about this yesterday. I think maybe it was Monday, and I think maybe yesterday as well, where we're going to be looking for a alignment on that weekly order block, and then on the daily order block that we have a quasi on, the quasi being this. And you can see how beautiful the quasi works. It doesn't work all the time. Obviously, it doesn't. But you have two entry order blocks and gets into this one, and it moves away. And my idea is that's going to go to that order block right there. Okay? To that daily order block. That's the target that it's going before it reacts. Let's see. We had on the H4, we do have a quasi, but it hasn't come back to react to it, right? If it touches this order block before getting into that order block, if it touches that daily, then the trade is off. The setup is gone. There's nothing to be done. I don't want to be a part of it. And yesterday there was a quasi, or actually it wasn't a quasi. It was just an order based on order blocks that we saw this trade. It's not part of my main strategy, but I did manage to get a couple of trades into this order block. And because it was not a swing trader, we had many of those questions in our workshop. We had a couple of these questions. And I can show you guys the trades that were taken. Maybe I can show you guys these trades that I took on that time frame. Let's see if I can. Let's see. I'm trying to get them on screen. Should be able to do that. Yes. Okay. So I got them here. You can see. Let's see. We have. I'm gonna show you guys the screen. It's gonna. Obviously, I'll have to switch screens, so I'll have to stop sharing my current screen and then to show you the other one. All right, so that is the right one. Yes, this is the the actual trades that I took yesterday. Am I sharing? No, I'm not sharing yet. There it is. I took a couple of, this is the 50-minute, but I took a couple of shorts from based on the order blocks we had before. We can show that in TradingView earlier. And let's see if I can maybe zoom in a little bit. Of course, this wasn't a quasi. Okay, so this wasn't a quasi. This is a more loose way of bringing these order blocks to expression in terms of a plan, of a setup. And this is something that I've been working on, meaning, it's not as strict. There's a lot of discretion in this. But based on the order blocks and the range, the ATR, and so on, I was able to catch a couple of signals or entries. And at the end of the day, I closed them for I think it was something like 2,000 or something. I'm not sure, 2,800 or I don't know, 2,000 I think it was. In any case, that was the trade. I'm gonna switch back to the TradingView so you can see why I took these trades. And it's a bit a more how do you say that? It's a bit flexible in terms of there it is. That's the basic trade that I took. And since it wasn't a swing trade, I'm not showing anything. There you go. Since it wasn't a swing trade, at the end of the day, I need to close that position because on the daily time frame there wasn't a reason to be short. There was an entry though. Let me mark this. Where is that? Okay, there was a reason to go short at that point, but it wasn't any daily reason, right? So you got to recognize what kind of a signal, what kind of a trade, what kind of a setup that is. And each setup, depending on the time frame, it gives you the reasons to get to the trade. Each setup has a window at which it should do what it should do, right? And the window was only on that day. It was a day trade. But the reason behind that was we had an extension, no significant retracement until we got into some levels we had from the left. We had that touch, and you can see, and this happened at an ATR at an extended level. And in here on the 5-minute, there was a quasi. It isn't a quasi with a lot of this was the entry. There you go. That was the entry, right? So you move as the breaks down the quasi, comes back, and in this candle, not necessarily there, but in this candle, you could understand that you want to be getting short, and that's the trade that I closed it around here. It didn't actually go all the way to TP, but potentially that was the target to be headed, but it had a time limit on it. Okay, let's go back to the analysis because that is what I was doing before showing you guys that trade. All right, so let me take this off, and even the trade, let me make it smaller so it doesn't bother us. Okay, so we have on the daily time frame, we do have a reason to go long, but that reason was, of course, in that order block, not where we are currently. And understand that since we had that reaction, that we're going for the next structure. So I have a slight bias to the upside for gold based on this setup, basically leaving one order block, going to the next one. That's it. It's not more than that. And on the H4, I didn't have anything, but actually now that I'm looking at this chart again, there is a reason to be, this is against the daily expectation, against the daily signal. So this is something that I don't want to trade. I don't want to be trading things that are opposite to each other, right? Daily telling you something and the H4 being against that. That's a dangerous combination. You want to have things aligned, not in the opposite, right? So this is the fifth candle after its creation. We go to the H1. There is an order block there, but it's not fresh anymore. And obviously on the H1, it's not going to be fresh either. So there isn't a reason for me to go short. Plus, I don't want to be going against that daily. But we can look for a new structure being formed in this order block. Okay, it already touched it, so it doesn't really matter that much. This is not a a fresh order block, but it is a, relatively fresh, not enough to be a trigger. But I want to see on the lower time frame if the market is, doing this. If it does that, then I don't think it's going to reverse from that structure. Or if it starts doing, the opposite, right? Breaking structures and then possibly moving the other way. That looks awful, I know. But it's you get a point. It's not about the my drawing skills, but my trading skills. Okay, EU. Let's look at EU. Someone's saying it's interesting. It is in the middle of that range from the low to that high. Let's see if it's completely in the middle. It's not completely in the middle. 67.6 is the middle, but it is very near that. So it can do both of them. It can continue have a follow through motion from here, right? Or it can just continue to break destruction, and eventually it'll look very, very bearish, meaning that the initial breakdown we talked about will have then, after the spike of the news, we'll have a if that were to happen, we'll have a continuation into the next order block we have below, right? Very simple, and not assuming that I know what is going to happen, but you can see it didn't continue to have follow through. Not only that, it didn't retest or threaten the broken structure, right? Once this demand area is flipped, it becomes a supply area, of course, right? So you want to have it needs to be broken for, that's a sign that the market is going to continue in that direction, and it didn't. And we're coming back. This is no longer fresh, so I'm going to take it away. And we want to see the reaction. This is likely going to go a little deeper, at least a little deeper into that order block on the 5-minute, but it doesn't matter. We want to see the reaction of price as it is interacting with this structure. And guys, we have in about 5 minutes, we're going to have the CEO of the 5ers. Saul himself will be trading in front of the audience. So if you want to see that, stick around, hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, chat with us through the channel, engage us in your opinions, and I'm going to be ready here for when he comes to see how he trades and what kind of opportunity he sees in the market for you to benefit by seeing an experienced trader like him trade in front of you. All right, so let's see in the chat. 13 minutes left for the H4 order. For the H4, actually, it's 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Yes, this is important. This is actually the things that I look at. Like before the close of these structures this is the H4, right? Right before the close, you can get a feeling of what the market is trying. So although that wick that created that upper wick, that news, that created that long wick that we had from the news. Let me show you guys that whole wick and everything that was the cost falls into nothing, basically. Look at that. It looks in a big one. It is a bullish candle, but this looks bearish to me. Let me take away everything. That candle, this last candle, is very bearish to me. It means a failed break out, right? There is a structure here that was broken. It tried to regain that structure and failed at it. That's what I read. So yes, let's see how this H4 order block is closing. We have it in 1 minute and 17 seconds. In the meantime, I'm gonna check on gold. Do we have some news coming out after the ADP? Yes, we have on Euro. I'm checking my screen. Let me share that with you guys so you know what I'm looking at. I'm looking at there is on the ECB, Lagarde speaking later on in about an hour and 15 minutes. So that's going to be interesting as well. And we have in the background, we have Saul getting ready, and Jonatan. Have you taken any? Have you taken any trades from the shower yet? In the meantime,
No, I was. Oh, there's so much going on. I'm making sure that, because my fiance told me that I gotta do the laundry, and I didn't. So she's coming home soon. So I'm kind of trying to just get everything done before she's home, And then I installed the graphic card, right? Well, I know we talked about this in the live stream here. Everyone's been asking me, like, did you install the graphic cards? And I'm always saying, like, I don't have time to do that. And I did. And now the PC is just freezing whenever I turn it on, and the camera is not working. So here I am on the laptop doing the streams. A lot of things. So yeah, a lot of things going on. Gotta do the laundry. Gotta fix the graphics card. Gotta fix the camera, and try to trade at the same time. It's not easy. It's not easy.
yes.
Yeah.
All right. Yes, we get the point. Your day is not easy with all these errands you have to be taking care of while also trading. Not to mention shower. No, I don't mean shower. Just trading.
Yeah. I haven't had a shower today, although that is very unnecessary information. But that's just how it is. That's just how it is. Okay, Saul's in the background and just thinking, what is this? I thought this was a live trading show, and it is. We're gonna start it right away. Maybe a thumbs up from Saul. See if we can add him.
Yes.
All right. Welcome, Saul. How's it going?
Awesome.
How are you guys?
Wonderful.
We're fine. We're fine. We are dealing with the charts and only the charts. And it's going great. The news has just come out. The ADP, a lot of volatility, and the audience is can't wait to see you trade. So
let's do it. Excited.
that's good. Yes,
A lot of volatility.
indeed.
Okay. Let's. I'm ready. What you've been trading, guys? Where's the volatility?
Well, USD/JPY. I think USD/JPY is definitely one of those. It's hitting. Like, if you look at the lower time frames right now, in the 1 minute, it's hitting what I would think might be a good resistance. Or maybe it's like an uptrend starting. I don't know, but I think I do feel like USD/JPY has been one of those that you've been watching from time to time here on the live stream, and I think I'm kind of starting to understand a little bit about your style of trading. Would you say that USD/JPY is almost ready to perhaps be shorted?
Yeah, hard to tell, huh? I mean, on the dailies, it's on a great point just to revert and continue a bit higher. But as you just mentioned, yeah, we have this huge drop down, and this is where this is where you start getting different signals from different time frames, and when you're on a key resistance or support on the dailies, you never know if the market is going to respect it and turn, or is going to break it, which is true to all time frames. But on the dailies, it's like a important pivot point, and it's where, if you don't have everything well aligned, you start getting like different signals from different time frames, and I don't know, you get confused. What I did see is GBP USD with a huge drop to the downside, and I think I think we talked last time Euro USD, and I think they look similar, which has been on a kind of an uptrend, but the momentum, at least on the shorter time frames, just because of the recent news, we have a lot of momentum to the downside. So I think for this trading session, this is a good pair for me to focus on. We can see, this same distance, this one right here. It took this is the hourly chart. So it took back in the day a lot of hours to get, from this point down here to this point down here, and today, just because of the news, in a couple of hours we had that same movement down. So there's a lot of momentum. If we go down even to a 5-minute chart, we can see the strong movement to the downside. And the only thing to check here is to see how strong is this support down here, because if we manage to break this support, which is where we're trading right now, there's room to go down all the way to the next strong, demand area, which is down there. Of course, there might be some pullbacks along the way, but you can see this movement here was a weak one, and the important demand areas potentially are, the mid one right here and the extreme one right here. So I just want to zoom in a little bit to see how strong is this support area, because is that not strong enough and we managed to break it during this session, we have a lot of room to go to the downside. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to zoom into the 5-minute chart. I'm going to check that one to see how it was formed in the past. Okay. And we can see, back there we had this area, which we broke already. Okay. We're trading, we can see the gray line. So we're already trading below that. And we have this one right here, which, we had, a couple of minutes of strong momentum, and then we'll weaken. So I think there's opportunity for us to break down. I don't know if it's going to happen today, but eventually to break down this support. So I'll try to be shorting. I think my bias, my direction for today will be trying to short the pound for today's session. So I'll go to the 1-minute chart. I'll mark my levels. So I have a level there, and I have another small level there. Then there's not much here. The next one would be all the way there, not probably here. So I'll see how market behaves around this area and this area, and let's see if we can do some trading today, because again, on the hourlies, if we manage to break this level, which we already tested once, so if we retested on today's session, we might break it to the downside. So let's see.
I have one question. Actually, I do have a lot of questions, and I know Victor has a lot of questions as well. But I'm going to ask one. Okay. So you focus on the right side of the chart, right? You don't look too much on the left side, because you pointed out a level, and that's basically the current level. We can say 1.36, the area around 1.36, and you pointed out that level, and you said below this level there's space all the way down to 1.35. But if we go to the left, we see that there's a lot of different levels. If we zoom out, if we kind of maybe look at like the 4-hour, we can see, and that's the way I'm approaching the chart. I'm of course looking at the right side of the screen, but I'm also putting a lot of emphasis on more to the left side, and I do see that there's more support there. But would you say that you're more focused on the right side of the screen than the left?
The right side, you mean the prices?
So what I mean is a lot of traders, they're very focused on past price action. I mean, that's all we have on the chart. We don't have any future price action, obviously. So but a lot of traders are focused maybe a little bit too much to the left, instead of looking at the very most recent moves. And I feel like you're the type of trader that is looking at the very most recent levels, and not going back to look at. So, for example, now I do see on GBP USD that there is an interesting level that has been forming ever since like 25th of May, and that's the level that we're trading at right now. But then below there is a level at 1.35, but I do see the whole area between 1.35 and current prices as a support zone. Like that whole area, if you go back more to the left, it is a big zone basically. So do you understand what I'm saying?
I think the question, Saul, is where do you put the emphasis when you're trying to, identify the areas you want to be trading from? Is it more the recent price action, historical data on the recent side, or much more historical, meaning going back a lot, not recent price action? I think that is, where do you put the emphasis?
Yeah, I think it's a mix of both, because from old price action, like these levels, I see the opportunity, okay, where we're most likely to go. But based on that, I cannot make like immediate decisions. So I do take into account the most recent key levels on the lower time frames to try to get inside the trades. So I don't know if it's a good enough answer, but I take the larger picture and the old key levels in order to find the opportunity, or where is the market potentially going and stopping. And on the most recent price action areas or key levels, I use those for my decision making and my management.
I feel like I'm just going to leave the questions to Victor, because he basically has the same question in like one sentence.
Okay. No, and of course, asking without showing the chart is
it is, because I'm looking at the chart here to the right of me, and then I'm trying to explain what I'm seeing, and it's like, okay, yeah.
Maybe I can show my chart on this is GU. And correct me if I'm wrong, Jonatan, but what you're asking is how much, these are the levels from the left, as you say, and to you, this is from the right. So previous or recent price action is to the right, and to the left is all these structures or levels, areas that have been created on the 25th of June. I think you mentioned that as well. Is that the question that you're trying to ask? Like how much? And I think the answer of Saul was that these levels are the ones that he looked first to identify before he starts looking for another structure or indication on reason. So he actually, if I understood well, so you're actually using both. You use one for to identify the area, and for the timing to get in, get out, the management, you use recent price action, meaning nothing to the left, but what we are seeing right here, right now, in the last couple of hours.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm because the levels, when you're adding horizontal levels, it's quite subjective. You're adding the levels that you think is good levels, but then of course the question is, when a level is broken for you, it might still be within a zone for someone else. So, but I think we can I think we can move on and leave that. But I think your zone there with 4 hour, the 4 hour level looks really good, like the level that if broken we might go lower. But Saul, when do you want to buy this, and when do you want to sell this? Are you looking for? I mean, because if we're getting bullish reaction here, like why not buy? Because it's such a good. It's in an uptrend, right? It's in an uptrend. We're testing a level that has not been tested for quite a long time. Maybe this is just an overreaction to a news event, and then the overall trend is going to resume.
Yeah. So I'm just, for the purpose of this session, I'm keen more on the recent volatility and momentum, which is clearly to the downside, just because of the news. And it's sometimes, it's fascinating because you have the 1 minute chart, the 5 minute chart, just dropping and suddenly stops and reacts. Okay. And when you zoom out, then you understand that it stopped at an old support level, correct? So that support level has been testing already. And I don't know how much pressure will be left there. So we had the reaction on the 1 minute chart. We retested that level. We had a second reaction right here. And now we're potentially going to retest it one more time, and I'll wait and see. I don't know what's going to happen, so I'll wait and see what happens when the market tests this support area one more time to see if there's enough buying orders waiting there to cause a reaction and push the market upwards, or if it's going to break it. So around key levels, I'm just waiting to see reaction. What I was waiting at, I missed the entry. I wasn't focused enough. But we had this resistance, and we have this one we marked, and that might be the already the reaction I was waiting for. So I need to wait now to see if we have a second pullback, or if we gain momentum to the downside, and then I have let me draw the scenario. So we either continue building to pushing to the downside, and then I have an opportunity to short again, or from this point we come higher again, and then I short again. What I'm seeing right now, and this might change as we speak, but right now I see the momentum to the downside strong, and given the previous momentum to the downside and the fact that we're testing for the third time a very old, not so strong support, which is this one, we have the opportunity to break it today. So I'm keen on those readings to set my trade direction for today's session to the downside, and I'll be just looking for an opportunity to short the market as long as the momentum to the downside stays strong. So it's looking good. We can see the bullish candles being formed, strongly. So I'll try to stay aligned to the momentum, to today's momentum, which is bearish. So we'll see if we can get a test of the buying of this support, and then an opportunity to join to the downside.
Interesting, very interesting.
Do you consider? Go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm usually with you, Saul, on the trades that you're taking here. I usually kind of feel like I want to follow you on this, but here I want to go long. Yeah, I feel like I want to go long, because there's such a there's this idea of when you have there's stairs to the upside and the elevator down, and when you have that type of move in an uptrend, I just feel like the market has overreacted, and both the trend trader in me and the mean reversion trader in me is kind of getting activated on a move like this.
And you're not wrong. I mean, and if we think of the forex markets, there's always this pressure to try to come to the to not let the markets trend strongly. So we might have this is today's range. We've already run 120 pips, which I'm assuming is not far from the daily average. So probably today we already did the average range, and there shouldn't be more for the market to continue down. And there's this tendency to just slow down and stay, down, the sideways, or to reverse from this point. And you know what? And this is the beauty of the markets. We might potentially trade both sides and make money both sides, or lose money both sides. I think it comes to risk management and to trade management, and to if you're gonna make a trade, to understand why you're making that decision. So if I want to go long, I have an argument to go long, because I have a freshy support here, so I can buy it, expecting the market will react for the third time to this untested, unconsumed demand, so we can see a bound there. And if I want to go short, I also have arguments to go short. And just reading the current momentum to the downside, I'm more inclined to go short. But it doesn't mean going long wouldn't make sense. I mean, there's argument for going long. I just reading price action, I'm seeing the momentum to the downside building. I'm just a bit more inclined to go short on this specific market.
I'm just going to jump off quickly, and I know Victor has a lot to ask, so I'm just going to be in the background quickly. I'm back in a minute.
No problem, Jonatan. Especially what you just said, Saul, that you're aware that there is a case to be made for a long as well as a case to the short. But since
Yep.
the momentum is pointing to the downside, downwards, and you are a scalper, in this case, you prefer, listening to what's happening right now, and that case or that scenario for a long or a reversal is valid and everything, but it might take some time to pan out, right? Because you and you're not typically you're not looking for holding the trade that long, so you're just going for the next level as a scalper. The next level, and the next level is basically is more likely to be decided by the momentum than on on a bigger time frame, maybe some levels from weeks ago.
Correct, and you're right. If I go long, it might take a couple of iterations for the market to complete that wave and go, and make the reverse, which I'm not interested, as you mentioned. Well, I'm not interested in waiting, right? So we're seeing the reaction. We're seeing there's some bullish activity. Let's see, we have this fresh formed mid-range supply area. We saw it just in front of our eyes. Let's see if we can get a pullback towards that area, and I'll try to sell from it, which is the one of the scenarios I drew before. So let's see how this evolves. If it just breaks now, if it breaks to the down, if it breaks, then we'll see if it really breaks, if there's continuation, if there's follow through, and then I'll see if I can catch the. I think two sessions, like one session ago or something like that, we get caught on this. Trying to get the breakout, we couldn't make it. We got faked out. So we'll see if this session will try to get a breakout, or we'll wait for the confirmation and then the retest of the breakout area. We'll see how we play it out.
Yeah, it has all the signs of it wants to break at least a little bit lower. Obviously, I don't know if it's going to reverse or not lower on lower levels, but currently it looks very, very weak. It hasn't been able to, mount to anything substantial for the longs, for the buyers yet. At least that's what I read as well on GU. You mentioned, Saul, that if the higher time frame, if the hourlies, I think you were looking at, if the hourly area were to break, that there is a lot of space. I don't know if you use the word space, but there's a lot of there's nothing in between. Then all the way down, if you look at the I think it was on the hourlies. You mentioned that if the structure breaks, that you don't have a lot, price doesn't have a lot to fall back on, so meaning it will probably just continue to go on. How do you assess, like, do you have any idea if that is something that's going to happen quickly? Because it can also, price can continue to go down because there's no demand area. But do you have any gauge or any way to gauge how quickly that's going to be?
How quickly? I have not much. Yeah, I don't have a lot of indication on time.
Yes,
but I would try to see, where are I would need to go to lower time frames and to look for those support levels. I guess there's one here and one here and one here. And those levels, if we do break and we start gaining momentum to the downside, I think those support levels, the reaction to those support levels will be great opportunities for guys like me to keep shorting, right?
I see.
Because I see this movement, this one right here, it's like a compression. It's not a very strong movement. And we should be going all the way to the key levels, which is this one and this one. But how, I have no idea. If there's a news announcement or something like that, it can happen in a couple of hours. If nothing happens, it might take, how long it took the market to go from this point to this point, or from this point to this point, took hours. So potentially it could take the same amount of time. It's not something, time is something difficult to measure. Meantime, I enter. I will try to get the breakout. This time I got one short, which took profit. I didn't manage to bring the take profit down. I took a second short, and let's see if we can get a breakout this time. So looks like it's happening. Let's see if
it is happening.
Let's see if there's some follow through, or if it just reverses. Let me go back in time. Let's see if we manage to get a support area or something. Yeah, okay. So we're trading here. We have this point there. Okay, I think, yeah, we have this support. So I think where my take profit is there, we should be, if we manage to break this point there, we should go all the way to my take profit, because then we have this, there's kind of a support. So let's see if we can manage to break that tick. And then my take profit, I think, is in a good place. I like the fact we closed. We closed below and we broke. Let's see if there's some follow through.
Yeah, that's a clear sign as well for me that the market is not only attempting but also succeeding in maintaining price lower. And we see the break, although it's on the 1 minute, it is clear to us that it is succeeding in breaking down. The reason that I ask you how quick, do you have any indication of how quick it's going to go to those higher time frames, much lower levels, is that today we already passed the 100% ATR, the daily range of today. So if we were to have some kind of indication how fast it's going to go, let's say it says it's going to go there slow, then I'm gonna say, well, then it means that probably it's not going to reach that level by today, because we have already done a lot in this today in this range, and there's not a lot of hours left on the day relative to what we've already passed, meaning that perhaps the opportunity, the momentum is not going to be today anymore, maybe tomorrow. And the other reason is that tomorrow we have NFP, which could be the catalyst it needs to actually reach that level. So I was just trying to see if because I don't have any way to gauge that. I think it's very, very difficult to have any idea on how the direction is difficult enough, let alone the speed is going to get there. It's very difficult.
Yeah, there's a way to statistically calculate the speed, at least to give you a framework of the speed, which is called time cycle. So you can measure, let's say on the hourly charts, or if you want the dailies, you can measure the distance between key level and key level, and then average on time. So you measure. Okay, so let's say from here to here, this is 20 hours, and then from here to here is 3 hours. From here to here is 3 hours. So you take into account how much it took for the market to move from key level to key level, and then you average that, and then you ask yourself, okay, where was my last pivot point? Okay, it was here. Okay, so from this level to the next key level, it should take. Now I have the average, so I can kind of ask myself, okay, it's going to take the average. Okay, I don't know if what's
I understand.
A good example.
Yeah, I understand completely. It's basically you're looking for symmetry in not only in how the chart looks, but also in terms of when these pivot points are being reached. They have the time as well. It's not completely random. There are patterns as well in time.
But it's only statistic, right? So you never know. You well mentioned you have NFP that could speed up everything times 10, right? So it's just to have like an idea of what's realistic to happen.
Yeah, it is. If nothing else changes, this is reasonable to expect, but that doesn't cover everything, because there are things that are that happens only once a year, that we're not in the calculation of the average time cycles, but it still happens in reality. I understand that. All right, perfect. So what is what are you once what we have now is price went a bit lower, printed some lower prices, but now is having a little bit of a pushback. Is this anything, or is this just market fluctuation? Doesn't really mean anything, just noise.
No, it means, and it's something I don't especially like, because if this had the opportunity to be a solid breakout and to break strong to the downside, and we thought there was only a very old tick to hold that, and it managed to hold it, and it's now reacting. Now I'm not super happy with this trade, and I know it was in profit for 3 or 4 pips, which is what I'm usually targeting. And the fact that I now looked for, I drag my take profit, I was a bit confident, overconfident on the breakdown, and I keep reading price action all the time, right? And an exercise I do is, okay, I cancel my entry and I reanalyze the chart, and after this breakout, this area left a small resistance, so we are still on the setup, or we were on the setup of these two retesting the resistance and reacting, which is not happening, but it's also not picking momentum to the upside, which is good. So we still have this previous supply area to trade off. So I'll keep reading. I like this price action. We'll see if we can have.
There you go. They have some.
Yeah, I was about short, and I was a bit slow. I always, I had my entries, and I ask myself, okay, if I was just opening the chart, what would I be looking to do now? And I don't think I would be looking to buy the market right now, right? Because there's this formation is not. It's also not a strong formation to the upside. So I think we still have that pressure to the downside. Even before the key selling area, we had this, this movement to the downside. So if I wasn't already in a trade, I would be looking to go short. The fact that I already have a trade, makes things easier for now. We have also printed a new. I'm anticipating the movement, but if we have some continuation to the downside, this will be another valid selling area. Let's see if we manage to retest this last tick and potentially break it. I'll hold my trade just for a couple of more minutes to see where the market decides to go. We should have seen back here a little bit continuation to the downside. Let's see if this time we manage to get it. If we react from here, I don't know what could be the reason, but if the market decides to hold there and reverse, then I'll be looking to either try to fix this trade or to take the loss. I'll keep reading price action. At least that we don't create substantially strong movement to the upside. I'm fine.
Talking about fixing the trade, that is something you have talked about previously extensively on. When I see this, we see that you don't put in your stop loss. For those who don't know, this is deliberately done, so it's not an error, because Saul, is flexible, where he reads the market, and depending on what his read is, he might close it earlier and not. Although you do have a level where this whole idea of going short invalidates, and we can't see it on the chart. Where is it? We do see three levels though. Where is it that where's that mental stop currently at?
I mean wait, where are my levels? There. The whole setup would break down after we break up probably these levels. If the market just reverses and breaks this line down here, for me it's clear it's going all the way to the to the upper levels. That being said, that doesn't mean I will hold this trade at the very bottom open all the way to this level. Okay. So this specific entry, probably I'll going, if it goes against me, and depending on how it's going against me, but let's say I don't try to fix it, it just goes against me, I'll probably close it up above this area, or depending how price action is moving, potentially around this area. I will not hold it all the way to, to these levels right there. But that doesn't mean my setup is invalidated. The whole setup or the whole idea of going short is still valid as long as we're trading below, this area down here.
And your TP is getting hit, or almost.
Yeah, so I place it. We saw it close. We saw it together. I place it just above the support area. So let's see. I am expecting, as we closer to the TP, to get these kind of reactions. But let's see if we can. Let's see if we can get it hit. And in any case, we have kind of established the direction, and we have that level, and we have these levels. So I need to be prepared for those. That's classic, huh? It was one pip away and direction, but I need to be prepared for these, reactions of the market. Let's see if we have a reaction right there where we are. If we start breaking that to the upside and that to the upside, then we would be creating. Then those are the signs of the strong reaction to the upside. So let's see. This kind of out of nowhere candle, bullish candle. Let's see what happens with that.
I think it's the institution watching you trade, and they say we're gonna front run your trade.
Yeah, they see where my TP is.
Yes. Yes. All right. So I understand that you mean that you're not gonna hold all the way to your mental stop. That is more like a last area where this still makes sense. But how do you know which trade you're going to fix and which are not fixable?
So when I read price action and I see, I have these levels when I'm willing to add into my position in order to trade to fix certain entries. So if I see the market approaching those areas in a weak way, like what we saw here, okay, small candles approaching that area, I'm expecting once the market hits those key selling areas, I'm expecting a strong reaction. So I'm willing to add. But if I start seeing only strong bullish candles like this one, that's a 10 pip. I think it's a 10 pip candle, 8 pip candle. So if I start seeing only those strong movements to the upside, then I understand it's not fixable. So as long as the price action when approaches to those key levels is weak, then I think it's a fixable setup.
So basically, the way the behavior of price action as it comes into this supply area is the way you gauge if it makes sense or not, because you understand that if it's still reactive of these structures, it's still okay to fix it, to enter, lower your average position. But if you see that it goes through them without any reaction, then you understand that the buyers are actually very much so in control, and are likely just to able to just continue to go higher, meaning it doesn't make sense for you to fix anything. There isn't anything to be fixed.
Correct. So these strong candles to the upside, I don't like them, for example. So I would prefer to see the reaction as we come closer to selling areas to be weaker, and then I'll still feel comfortable on selling the market. If we zoom out and we see the box, that's the support area, and we reacted right there. It isn't a super strong support. So hopefully the rest of the day we will not see a full retracement. But as we get closer to the end of the trading day, especially for the London closing, and after we pass the US opening and we pass the first hour's volatility, we might continue or end the day, just within a certain range. So even if it's continue a bit higher or even, there, I can still sell and make money within the range. So I'm just, the only thing I need is for the market not to peak momentum and retrace the whole, the whole daily, the daily movement.
Yeah.
So let's see.
I see. All right. Perfect. I think we get a nice idea or insight in how you think, how you think about what you're going to be doing and why you do the things you do. So once you've decided that you're going to be trading, or you think GU is more interesting, do you ever go back during the same session to see if dollar yen still is something, or maybe euro yen? Do you revisit the selection, the pair that you selected at the beginning?
Yeah, I mean, right now I'm engaged in a trade, so there's no reason for me to go anywhere else. But definitely, if I close this trade and I find myself trying to find a new setup or something, it's worth going to other places, maybe to try to see if there's any correlation between what you're trading and what's happening in this chart, and maybe to try to get a sense of where the market is, what's going to do next. But right now, I have this trade. I want to see what happens with it. Once I close it and I feel the volatility is not there to give me an extra trading opportunity, I might go somewhere else. But just right now, I think I'm happy staying here.
Great. So whenever you have an open trade, is it fair to say whenever you have an open trade, you're basically you're bound to this pair until that's closed?
Yeah, I wanna keep, because I actively manage it. So we had this selling area last time we were there. We had a strong movement to the downside. Right now, that's not happening. Right, we're approaching that selling area very strongly. It's not giving signs of slowing down. So I'll keep an eye open to see if there's any chance or any point on trying to fix this trade, or I should just take the loss for this for this setup and to look for a new opportunity.
I see. I see that.
Once we're talking, if I do the same exercise, my trading levels, and I just open up the chart, I do recognize now we have a new, there's because of the strong reaction we have established a new demand area. So if I were just starting the day, and depending on how we approach this area, we'll see if there's enough momentum to break through to the downside, or if now today, because of the time of the day and the previous reaction or this reaction that we just had, maybe there's an opportunity this time to look for some longs. But let's see. Now we're having that reaction from the selling area. I'm not super convinced with it. Let's see if we can have some follow through to the downside.
I see. So if you were to come to the market without knowing that you have a trade open, you're not seeing the reaction at the supply area that will compel you to take a trade, and that's why you say you need to wait, basically.
Yeah, because previously we had a lot of momentum to the downside. Right now, we're starting to see the change in momentum from bearish to bullish. So even at the selling area, we're not having a very significant reaction. So we see the bullish momentum starting to pick up. So I'll just if I were just starting right now, I wouldn't be so convinced of going short like I was at the beginning of the session.
Yeah, I understand that. All right, great. I see. Go ahead, Jonatan.
No, I was just my microphone activating there. But yeah, I'm back. Hello. I had to take a phone call. My car broke down, and we had to get like oh, it's just a lot of things that needs to be taken care of. So Saul, did we make money? Well, I see that you're in a loss right now, but what happened?
Yeah, so we were in an unrealized 10 or 11 pip profit, and it just reversed. Have you been there?
Well, like I said, I was looking at longs for GU. Let's see if we can.
We're one pip away from take profit, and at that point it reversed. So
wow, yeah, okay,
so actually that was something that I forgot to ask you. How do you deal with these moments when the market, you've come to the market, you've done everything right, you've done your levels to the left, to the right, wherever you get your levels from, and you do all the top-down analysis, you've waited patiently to get in, you've put in the hours, the trade is going in your favor, and maybe a pip or even less sometimes before your TP, it reverses, and it seems that, who knows if it's going to come back, because it brings a lot of doubt comes into the scene. How do you deal with that day in, day out?
I see you're seeing me, dealing with it. I don't make a big drama from any trade, because I always remind myself that long term I'll be profitable. So I might lose a certain, at the very start of the session, I missed the entry. We're having a chat, and I wasn't focused enough, and I missed to pull the trigger. So I missed that opportunity, and now this happened. But I don't really care. I trust my skills to almost always fix a certain trade, or get out of the situation in a good way. And if not, I know the worst case scenario is taking a loss for today's session, which might take me another session to recover from or so. And long term, I remind myself, I'm a good trader. I have an edge. I'll be profitable. So I'm just not so hard, with myself. Especially, the 1 minute chart gives you multiple opportunities to join those movements, right? Or to join the market. So yeah, it's something to keep in mind.
Right. So I think those are great advice for everyone who is dealing with this. Someone who I'm sure I'm pretty sure everyone watching us that have been in a trade had these emotions where something is almost there, they almost get your TP and they didn't, and they start fearing what's going to happen. Am I a trader? Am I profitable? This is not going to work. All these doubts come in, and these advices from Saul, I think, are great ones. Taking a step back, not being too focused, or as you said, the drama of this tree, make a drama out of it. Take a step back and put things into perspective. You have the data, you have your history, you have your track record, and you're gonna be just fine. It's not a big deal. I think that's the bottom line. Very nice.
Absolutely. I took a second short, and I was attempting to drag the TP, to my second entry line, and I just took profit before I could do that. I think after this nice candle to the downside, we have a bit more room to go to a bit lower, and that would be enough for me to, for fixing this trade. I like the fact we had that candle. Gave me some confidence. We talk about the confidence pendulum last time, and finally having that candle brought me back the confidence into holding the trade. So now I have two challenges here. First, we have right at my entry, we have a mid-range demand, and then we have the extreme demand, which is here from the 1 minute chart, right? Not big deal. So I need to ask myself, okay, am I willing to hold my trade open? Because now for me, only to be on the winning side, market needs to go through the, let me zoom in a little bit, needs to break this mid-range demand just for me to be in the profit. So maybe if you're super comfortable with your trade, just at break even you can take it off. Or I'll keep reading price action to see if we gain a bit more momentum, and then we have the potential to go to the extreme demand, and that's where my TP is this time. Hopefully it will be taken this for the second time.
So when is this invalidated? Because if you have a bounce right now, like where we are trading right now, imagine that we start going higher here.
Yeah, so if from this point, we mentioned we're at that, we have right here where this line is, we have a mid-range support or mid-range demand and the potential to go higher, right? So first, if we break this resistance, and then if we break these levels, we might start going all the way to the to the next area, which is up here. So I'm just happy, given time of the day, volatility is kind of calming down, and we might stay within this range. Maybe on the 5-minute chart, we might stay within this range, and we might not see a full retracement. So even if we go a bit higher, I might have an extra opportunity of selling, and we have this slow up and down movement between the support and resistance within the range. So I'm anticipating that's what's going to happen. Many times after we have a strong news announcement, when we see the volatility fades away, we will remain in that, right, in kind of a range. So the only thing I need is for this to not go all the way, to do a full retracement, which we had the opportunity to do 1 and 2 times. So I think if we have had a retracement, we had opportunity to have that already. Given the time of the day, I'm anticipating we'll continue, sideways. I don't think we're going to break down or break up. So I think we can. I think I'll have the opportunity to short. I don't think it's going to be during the session, but maybe later today to short again and to fix this trade, and just to close everything for break even, or the natural fluctuation of the market will bring the market down again, to the support of the range, and that will give me the opportunity to either close at break even or take profit down here. So I'm not super concerned about this trade.
Basically, you're saying after a surge of volatility, like news events, we typically have a consolidation period, and that is a great time to fix your trade, get out early, get break even, things like that. So it's not all over. It's not necessarily hopeless if the move doesn't happen that we expect. The continuation doesn't happen, that breakdown that we're expecting. That makes a lot of sense, because the market, the Forex market, it consolidates a lot of the time, different time frames, but a lot of them, mean reversion, a big thing in Forex. I see that all the time with the ATR, how unlike equities, Forex very much so retests and revisits a level multiple times before leaving it for good.
Yep. Yeah, that's the whole essence of the Forex market. And just recapping our trading session, I already placed 2 trades which took profit of 3 pips, so I'm kind of 6 pips up. So even if I take this one up out right now, I'm at break even, or a break even and a little bit of profit. So Yeah, and that's also one of the advantages of starting small. So you leave yourself room to to add and to fix and to make larger positions. So yeah, let's see if we gain this time a little bit of, we are at the supports. Okay, so there is a chance we bounce from this tick, okay, from this support. So I need to be prepared for that. And if I'm not willing to do that, I better close the trade, because I don't want to wait another 10 minutes or 20 minutes in order to get a retest of that level. If we do break and we're at the tick, let's zoom in. Okay, we had that tick. If we break the tick, we might go then to our extreme demand, which is down here, and potentially taking larger profits. But this is a good level if you're not comfortable with the trade, just to take it off, right? So let's see.
Makes a lot of sense. When do you have any rule of thumb where you say, now I want to take the realized profit and I want to just make sure that on the day that I don't end up losing a lot, I don't care anymore as much on the open position.
Nice.
But I want to have, there we go, TP. Nice. Is there anything is it not having enough time on your session, like the time's running out? Is there anything that happens that you think, well, this trade is not working out, I'm gonna even it out with the profits I already have during the day, and I'm gonna close shop for the day? Is there any rule that you use?
No, not really. Just the way I trade requires for me like focus and active management. So if I know I'm going into a meeting or I don't have the time or whatever it is, many times I just prefer to bank profits, even if I know there's potential for more profits, or I just bank the loss. Sometimes I just hedge it and leave it open, in unrealized, and then when I come back to the market, I open the hedge and then keep managing. But yeah, and now we can see the reaction of the support right
Beautiful.
now. So I'm glad this time I had the TP at a good moment.
That's beautiful. I mean, I think that's a really good time to wrap it up. We had that TP hitting, and we have a few minutes before ending this, and I don't think there's going to be a lot of opportunities left in the next 3 minutes. So let me remind everyone that we are doing a celebration tomorrow, a giveaway tomorrow, a celebration to celebrate that we're hitting 75K subscribers. We're already at 76K subscribers, and we're increasing those subscribers very, very quickly. And yeah, it's been a really, really good live stream here today. We're over 12,000 views already, and lots of good engagement here in the live stream. So I'd like to thank you all for joining, and we're getting new people joining here every day. So it's really, really cool to have all of you joining here and becoming part of the 5ers family here in the 5ers community. If you're not in a Discord, if you do have a 5ers account, make sure that you go into the hub and you join our Discord server as well. Victor, you're going to do something on Discord, aren't you?
Yes, I'm going to be doing a workshop in about 47 minutes and 55 seconds.
All right.
Awesome.
Awesome.
And guys, we want to get to the 100K subscribers on the YouTube channel. That's where YouTube will help us reach even more and more traders trying to look for this kind of content. So help us out with the sharing and liking and subscribing. It really helps the algorithm to show it to more people. So
definitely.
I'll be going, guys, but thank you, Jonatan. Thank you, Victor. Thank you, traders, for coming and staying. Hopefully we had some fun, and we had some trades, some wins, and some value and knowledge. And yeah, see you next time.
Awesome. Thank you,
Awesome.
Saul. See you next time.
Thank you, Saul. It's always great to see you trade. All right. You're smiling, Jonatan. I was just gonna say that I would like to thank everyone watching. Everyone, you have been part of this. Everyone who has been actively chatting with us in the chat. Thank you, each one of you, because it's been great in the chat. A lot of engagement. I really like that. I could feel what you guys were thinking and feeling. I like that a lot. So keep doing that, while we try our best to give you the best content for this stream. As you can see, we try to keep it as real as possible, 100% raw, and that is with all the ups and downs. We can't script the market, obviously, but we can just show you what we do when we are trading for ourselves. So
wait, we have, let me give me a second here. We do have a last minute change in the top fans. I see now that Vinicius is on number 3. Nora, can you write something? Yeah, that's right. You're number 1. Let's go. All right, Nora has taken the top spot. Vinicius is now at number 2. All right, good stuff. Guys, we'll see you all tomorrow. We're going to do the giveaway stream tomorrow. We're going to be giving away high stakes account for tomorrow's giveaway. Make sure that you do sign up. The link is in the comment section. You're going to get access to the link in tomorrow's live stream as well. And yeah, thank you, Victor, and thank you for joining here today, and hope to see you all tomorrow.
Well, that is it for this stream for today. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Bye.